So if you go to the one that I sent you, it should have a thing that says new link in description.
Okay. I can see the power page.
Oops.
Can you see it?
You shared your screen. And then I just posted, if you refresh it, I just posted a link in the description.
Where's the description? The fourth mirror?
Oh no, in YouTube. If you go back to the YouTube link and then refresh it.
Okay.
And if you go down, it says where it says my name, there's a link there.
Okay.
Okay, now I can see your screen.
Yeah, it's on.
Okay. Great.
Great. But it's slower.
Yeah, there's a delay of like
5
seconds or something. I don't know. I noticed it yesterday.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay. I'll come back later. I'll go and have lunch first.
Okay, thanks.
See you.
Hi, Andrew. Thanks for joining. Hi, Brian.
Hello, how are you?
Good. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
I'm glad you were able to join.
I'm very happy to do so.
Hi, Andrew.
Hi, Heather. How are you?
Good. Hey, sorry.
Hey, Heather. How's it going?
Good. Thanks for joining. Hopefully we'll get started right away. So I see everyone's kind of making their way in. So somewhere. Are you guys all able to access the Miro board that I sent in the link? One
I
of the many
Yeah.
links.
haven't tried yet.
Okay. So the students have their boards there, and then they have individual presentations as well. I think some of them have videos that they'll be presenting, and I'm looking at them now. It looks like the videos are also in there, but the drawings are posted. Except for one. And
Should we request permission to annotate on the Miro board, or should we just keep it read only?
You can annotate through, I think probably through Zoom would probably be the easiest.
All right.
Oh, if you want to, let me see if I could give you access on the Miro board. I'll just put your.
Sometimes it can be kind of useful.
Yeah, yeah. I'll send you a link here. Brian or Suri, do either of you would like to have access to edit as well?
You know, I guess it wouldn't hurt. I don't know that I'll be doing it, but
Okay.
Yeah, I probably, you can send it. I doubt that I'll take advantage of it, but
Okay. Okay. So you should get an email now. Okay. Let's see if anyone else has joined. Yes. Hi. Hi, Maria. And I see Anakit. Anakit. Nice to see you.
Hey, everybody.
well,
So let's see, we have our thesis students slowly making their way in. Hi, Jeremy. And we have all of our viewers. So we have our first group of thesis students for the first session. So why don't we get started with the intro? And they saw most of it yesterday. So this is day 2 of our thesis symposium. Yesterday, we were focused on fabrication and craft, but I'll just pull up a brief slideshow. So this is our, do you guys all see my screen? No, not yet. So welcome to our thesis symposium. It's a part of a larger thesis cohort at Carnegie Mellon. We have the B.Arch that went on Friday, and Master of Urban Design yesterday and last Thursday. So this is kind of our larger body of student thesis projects. You all should have gotten the thesis exhibition website. You can access it there. And it has kind of student website profiles on their projects. So this is a part of a 2-day event. Yesterday, like I said, we focused on, in the first session, craft, systems design, and human interaction. And then second group was sustainability, passive and responsive systems. Today, in our first session, we're going to be focused on space aggregation, density, and experience. And then in our second group, we'll have social sustainability and adaptive reuse. So this is a collective of 2 cohorts, the Master of Architecture, and that's the first professional degree in architecture. And this is the first graduating thesis cohort at Carnegie Mellon for the Master of Architecture group. So we're excited about that. Minimize this. The fall thesis coordinator was Josh Bard, and the chair is Kai Kuchau. Sorry if I pronounce anyone's names wrong throughout the presentation. So our first group will be, so the first row presented yesterday, Kyle, Shailaja, and Joel. And then today we'll hear from Lon, Ever, and Ryan. And our second cohort is the Master of Advanced Architectural Design. The chair is Jeremy Fika, who's with us now. And the fall thesis coordinators are Jeremy Fika and Josh Bard. The Master of Architecture, Advanced Architectural Design, MAAD, is a postgraduate studio-based program that engages emerging methods of architectural practice, enhanced construction methods, and material culture in the built environment. So yesterday we heard from Shang about kerf bending and Ji Chen for responsive facade design system. And then today we'll be hearing from Jun Young on layered park for SoA, and Zihen for generative design system for space aggregation. So, oops, sorry guys. So this is the group we'll be hearing from today between 12:30 and 4:30. So Lon, connecting the rabbit holes, like I said, Zihen, generative design system, and Ryan Smirker, reactivating the abandoned, the art of blending at the Carey Furnaces, Ever Clinton, social sustainability, and Jun Young Chow, the green fabric, layered and adaptive green infrastructure for SoA. So I wanted to introduce our critics, our outside critics today. And so I'm just going to go through your bios briefly. And as you can see, everyone is very distinguished. And we have Aniket Shahani from Yale University, Yale School of Architecture. Aniket is a principal at Office of Architecture, a Brooklyn-based architecture practice. Projects by OA have been published widely in print and online journals, including Architectural Record, Design, Wallpaper, Dwell, and has received multiple recognitions and awards. Prior to establishing his own practice, Aniket trained in the offices of Enrique Morales and in Barcelona, and Joel Sanders in New York City as a designer and project architect on several award-winning works. In addition to Yale, he has taught previously as visiting assistant professor at Wentworth Institute of Technology and has been a guest critic at Columbia, California College of Arts, Washington University, NYT, Pratt, and NJIT. Brian Schmerer, sorry, I apologize again if I pronounce any of your names wrong.
You could just say Shermer.
Shermer, thank you. From the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. Brian is a licensed architect and associate professor of architecture. He is also the principal of Workshop Architecture, and a nationally renowned known firm that specializes in the design of student life facilities for higher education. His research and collective practice focuses on understanding the college campus as a social ecology and planning and design of campuses that foster community, learning, work-life balance, and sense of belonging. His research on campus capital mapping received the 2017 Certificate of Research Excellence from the Environmental Design Research Association. He is a regular presenter at academic conferences for higher education professionals, and is a participant of the Association of College Unions International National Study of College Unions as a place for student engagement for learning. We have Suri Schlabs from Yale University, Yale School of Architecture. Suri received both his BA and M.Arch from Yale during his time in architecture school. He applied a long-standing interest in collaborative and experimental learning to his work as a teaching assistant in the School of Architecture and the History of Art and Political Science departments. Before returning to Yale for his PhD, Suri worked for several years in and around New Haven, serving as a project manager designer at both Gray Organsky Architects and Yale Urban Design Workshop. Sorry, I'm intermittently admitting our others to our event. Andrew Witt from Harvard University Graduate School of Design is an associate professor in practice of architecture at the GSD, teaching and researching in the relationship of geometry machines to perception, design, assembly, and culture. Trained as both an architect and mathematician, he has a particular interest in technically synthetic and logically rigorous approach to form. He is also a co-founder with Tobias Nolte of Certain Measures, a Boston, Berlin-based futures and technology incubator that combines imagination and evidence for scalable approaches to spatial problems. He was previously the director of research at Gary Technologies and the director at Gary Technologies Paris, France office, where he solved complex geometric challenges for clients, including Gary Partners, Jean Nouvel, UN Studios, and Groupe Hillenblau for projects such as the Foundation for Louis Vuitton and others. Thank you. And Maria Aquero de Alexon, sorry for.
No, don't worry at all.
Is from the University of Michigan, Tolman College. She's the Associate Professor of Architecture, Urban and Regional Planning, and is the Director of Master of Urban Design at the school. Her work advances urban strategies promoting cultural and environmental values in territories under conditions of scarcity. Maria leads MAAD studio, a research-based collaborative design practice that offers integrated expertise in architecture, landscape, and urbanism. Through a combination of grant-funded research initiatives, urban design experimentation, and site-specific interventions, MAAD, I'm not sure if it's MAAD or MAD, sorry, Maria. The studio focuses on co-generation of social spatial strategies addressing urban transformation in a collaboration with local partners and residents. So thank you all for joining us. We're excited to have this great set of jurors for our thesis presentations today. One note, I just wanted to go back to the schedule briefly. So what we'll be doing is for the two different sessions, we'll have the three groups, 3 students present, and then the other 2 students present. They'll be presenting for roughly 10 minutes or so, and then we'll have about 20 minutes for individual comments. And then after the session wraps up, we'll have kind of a overall more general, broader panel discussion. So that's how we'll kind of proceed for our symposium today. And so we're going to start with space aggregation, density, and experience. And these 3 projects, roughly clustered together, they are all working with computation and looking at spatial aggregation in different ways. Zihen is looking at workflow processes and has generated a tool for spatial aggregation. Jun Young, like I said previously, is working with computation and for a new type of layered park for high density environments. Lan Wei is also looking at high density environments, and she's looking through the lens of virtual experience and how can we start to see public space and physical space blending. So I'm excited about these 3 projects, and with that, we'll have Zihin take over. Okay, I'm gonna stop my share. Are you there, Zihin?
Hi, hello.
Great.
Hi everyone, I'm Zhiheng, and I would just go to the video presentation. Hi everyone, my name is Zhiheng Jiao, and I'm from the MAAD program. The topic of my thesis project is Generative Design System Framework for Space Aggregation. There is the question that I want to bring to the discussion. How will architects work in the future? This project is about the potential answer to that question. I will explain that with more context. Briefly speaking, given this continuous developing technologies we have, the workflow that I propose is that architects actively develop variants of generative design systems for the project on the fly in the design process using a framework. Here is a brief history of the transformation of the design process. Architects work closely to the construction site, and their deliverables use usually the building itself. Then the format of the deliverables were transformed into the representation of the building, which were hand drawings, plans, or sections. And now they are 3D models or CAD drawings. This transformation implies that the deliverables of architect is also transforming from the entity of the architecture itself to the inner design or build logic of the architecture, which is an idea of the generative design systems. Generative design system can be understood as design machines and structured knowledge. It is usually constructed through programming in this era. Another context is the current programming interfaces. It is much easier to write a piece of working code than before and can produce more feasible outcomes easily. This brings to the opportunities for architects to take programming as their new skill set, just like CAD and 3D modelings in the old days. There's an example of the Scratch. It is designed for the children to learn how to program, and it requires very few prerequisite computer science knowledge. Here's a roadmap of my presentation. After the introduction, I will talk about the design process that I mapped out. Then I will use a specific example in space aggregation as a case study to further explain my idea and showcase my development of this framework. Finally, I will come back to this broader discussion on a new design workflow. On the left-hand side, I mapped out the thinking process based on the interview to architects. The circles represent different stages in design process, and the vertical and horizontal dimension represents the breadth and depth of the design solution space. One explanation is that the information is needed to resolve architectural design problems is often not readily available during the early conceptual stages, requiring proposals to be evaluated only after an initial solution is reached. At the beginning of the design process, architects usually test different strategies to get a perception of the breadth of the solution space. Then after the initial solution is reached, the depth of the solution space can be determined. Then architects could go back to previous stages to make different design decisions for optimization. The problem of this process is that knowledge you get from these explorations is not structured, which means you need to execute iterations of design by yourself every time. This brings the advantages of using a generative design system, which is by defining the design iteration logic, you can execute the iteration by simply changing the input parameters of those processes. There are already generative design tools applied in the industry. For the generative design tools, there are 3 possible patterns. They are the directed visual programming, framework, and compressed tools. The directed visual programming here is basically Grasshopper. It's easy to use, but it has limited control flow, and because it is for low-level geometric manipulation, it has low modularity for reuse. The framework is the pattern I propose, where it is highly customizable and has full control flow and hides the complicated utilities behind the interface. It is versatile and reusable for similar problems. And also the compressed tools are basically packed solutions for specific problems, and they are fully automated. In this thesis, the framework that I propose is in the context of space aggregation. From the literature, architecture can be seen as a combination or permutation of geometric elements. Space aggregation has the same logic, where I define it as hierarchical composite of spaces. For instance, a room is the composite of furniture and walls, and a hotel is a composite of rooms, staircases, and corridors. The frame that I developed is based on the parking lot design, so I will talk about that in detail. If we decomposite the parking lot, we can find that each part of it can be deconstructed until they are too small to further decomposite at this scope. This composite pattern matches the design model of human, where we split a larger problem into smaller ones. It also implies that we can treat each space composite the same as a single space element. Here I call it a metaspace. In the diagram of parking lots on the right, from the top level, each level of spaces serves as the ingredient of the next level composite. This brings to the development of the software framework. I designed and implemented this software framework for parking lot design. Here I use this graphical notation to represent different parts in my real program implementation. For each solver of this framework, the input and output are all space composite. The 5 components of the solver defines the application-specific solver. To solve different problems, users of this framework can create different variants of those 5 components to form a new solver. As I showed earlier, the parking lot design process can be divided into several parts. Here I take the role solving process as an example. The input of the role solver is the inner boundary of the site. The metaspace is the parking stalls with different angles. The solver here generates rows of stalls and fill the given zone. The evaluation formula is basically compare the stall counts among all results, and the solver will finally pop up the best few results for the next solver. Here is a demo of the system. The layout is changing in real time based on the site as input. The result of boundary solving feeds into the role solver and forms the whole parking lot layout. I think the I think the video is not shown here. I can quickly pop that off. So,
You have a video in the video.
yeah, I have another video, but it's supposed to be like overlapping on that. Let me see. Sorry about that. I didn't see that before. Yeah, this one. So this is a live demo of the program I wrote. And you can get different results from the given configurations of the site. And the result is sorted by the stall count, which is the metric here. And, continue this one. There is a demo for another configuration. The result is selected and sorted by the total stall count. And here I listed out some of the output of the system. Now we can come back to this larger conversation in space aggregation. The composite pattern in parking lot also applies to other types of design, such as the office layout here. This building can be divided into several divisions, and each division is a composite of desks and chairs. The framework and solver could also possibly apply to this design problem. And can be disassembled using the same model. This means that the framework designed for the parking lot has universal potential. Through different implementations of specific solvers, the office layout can also be designed with an office-specific variance of the framework. Combined with the lower and lower programming threshold and more auxiliary tools, this method of designing with a framework by changing or adding logic is likely to become a common working method for future architectural design. The outcome of the project is twofold. On the one hand, this project provides a new perspective of interpretation on architecture and the design process. On the other hand, in this project, this composite idea has been tested by the implementation of the framework of the parking lot design. Oh, sorry. The outcome of the project is twofold. Customizing the framework is not trivial. Also, to make the framework truly general, there are more works has to be done in the backend. But I think it is able to represent a possible future workflow where architects could essentially be customization developers for generative design frameworks. Well, that's about it for now. At the end, I would like to express my appreciation and thanks to Jeremy, Heather, Josh, and Pedro for their patient guidance and advice in the project. Thank you so much for your time and patience. So that's my presentation. I'm sorry that I played the video before, but at the last minute I compressed the video again, and it seems like some other content overlapped with the old version. So
Don't worry, it was great. Thank you. Zian, why don't you bring up your Miro board and we can see the whole spread.
Sure.
It's sort of a question of clarification. At one point in the presentation, you said something like one of the problems with the way that design currently happens is that all of the explorations that happen as a part of the process of design are not necessarily like captured in a structured way. So at first I thought you were going to propose some like a scheme for capturing that sort of like design intelligence, about taking sort of like a series of unrelated or maybe sort of like loosely related kind of like design tests and essentially kind of like reverse engineering a logic or sort of like mapping a logic or something like that. But what you're proposing is actually that instead of capturing that exploration process, you would propose sort of like specific applications that have those explorations sort of embedded or have the logic of those explorations embedded. So you're proposing sort of like a series of these sort of like point solutions in a way, like configurators. It's a configurator, configurators for certain typologies. Is that the way we should understand the project?
So I think I do have the idea of, like you said, capturing the unstructured process. I think I tried to do that by given this framework, given this the component and requirement the framework requires, you somehow fill in the like you said, the specific configurations for your problem. So that's my solution for that.
But so the capturing of the process is not, it's not an automatic thing. It's something where you consciously create a kind of like application, which then becomes for design, I guess.
Yeah, that's right.
I also have a question for you, Jihang. Thank you for your presentation. It was very clear. Right now, it looks to me like you're limiting the range of problems that you're trying to address to things that are, for example, parking spaces are really painted stripes. And when you proposed looking at it using the same sort of approach for office design, you're really talking about moving furniture around. I'm gathering that you haven't brought into the idea of a structural grid and how that might impact things. So it's fairly limited right now?
Yeah, for this current version, for the implementation, it's limited to the parking lot problems. But I do have some, like in the implementation, I do have the definitions of the framework. So like the parking stalls here is not just a rectangle, but represent as a, because I'm using the searching algorithm to explore the solutions. So each like a rectangle or like a row here is a node data structure in the implementations. So that's something can be also like inherited or extended for different contexts.
Okay, thanks.
I mean, there's some aspects of the project that kind of remind you of a couple of the, I don't know if you're familiar with this tool called TestFit, which is, there's sort of like a startup that does sort of like office configurators. There's some kind of like, I think you guys are thinking about a similar space in a way. And then not totally excited to admit it, but I've actually done like my fair share of sort of like office and then actually like parking lot configurators. So I feel like there's this weird weird deja vu about some aspects of the project. And one of the things that kind of comes out in those processes is that there are geometric requirements, which are really just about sort of like packing and sort of maybe applying some of the search methods that you're using. And then there are operational requirements. And in parking structures, for example, there are very particular operational requirements about sort of like turning radii, how you access those slots, the sort of like double width of the corridors of the sort of like the stall corridors. So I think what's challenging about some of those operational requirements is that they interact with the geometric requirements sometimes in sort of not so clear ways, in ways that have to be kind of like iterated through, almost like a kind of optimization process. And so I was curious a little bit what your, as I understand it, you've sort of like tackled the geometric aspect of things. I was wondering your thoughts about the sort of operational aspect of things, the question of kind of like circulation, that type of thing. For parking garages, it's particularly important because actually there's a lot of rethinking about how parking lots can be structured based on autonomous vehicles. And so there's this idea that, okay, well, a lot of the parameters that we had in mind for parking structures are actually going to change. The structures themselves are going to shrink. There's a lot of real estate that will be opened up from that. We did this project with Audi where we looked a lot of sort of like the impact on the city of the future of the parking garage. And so and a lot of that has to do with operational requirements as opposed to just the geometric requirements. So anyway, I was curious about your thoughts about kind of like how you anticipate those operational requirements, or how that would sort of like fit into your system.
Yeah, I think that's a very good question. So I think for making a generative design system or like this framework requires a lot of abstractions from the real architecture setting to the to data structures or to the like programming stuff. So for the operational aspect, it is very hard because because the configurations and requirement is somehow changing by the different geometries you have for a stage. So at a previous version in my implementations, I do consider because there are a lot of regulations related to parking lots. So like the width of the road and the corner radius is related to the road itself, or related to the angle of the parking stalls rows. So like this more parallel parking stalls requires less width of the road, and the vertical stalls requires a wider road. So something like that. And I think if you consider the operational things for other architecture type like office, it will be much harder. But I do think there is a way to abstract that, because it will finally be represented as a geometric or dimensional limit, or can be calculated in some way. But I think, yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the like one really limitation of this framework is that because it requires a single objective for optimization and get the best results. So if there are a lot of like opaque or like not so straightforward metrics for that, it will be very hard for this framework to apply. Yeah, thank you.
I just had a couple of questions for you. I mean, I think can you hear me?
Yeah.
I think the kind of programming coding that you've done, is there's a lot of interesting things about it. I guess I was just curious, especially as a thesis project, what's the kind of larger goal with this? What's your larger ambition for this as a designer? So is it to sort of create software that will enable parking lot designers or anyone designing, for example, a parking lot, either because they specialize in it or because it's part of the project that they're working on, to design a software that will enable to do that efficiently and quickly? Or is there some other design goal that you have in mind too, that there's something about the kind of software that you're going to design that will guarantee a sort of a minimum quality of public space, for example, that the ultimate goal of this thing is that it's designed in such a way with certain kind of parameters that if I use your software to to design a parking lot, I'm going to get like the most incredible parking lot ever. You know, I guess I'm just curious, like, what's the larger, does that make sense? What's the sort of larger ambition?
Yeah, it's clear. So I think the larger goals for this project is that I'm trying to use the parking lot as a case study or as an example to show that this kind of framework is able or is possible to be applied to a larger to a generalized architecture types. So like the office example I showed. So
Sure.
like the in the project, because I do it by myself, so I have to develop the framework and the specifications for the parking lot. But ideally, the larger goal is that, because I mentioned like the programming threshold is become lower and lower, and maybe in many years later, like programming could be much easier even than now, and it is like to do program is as easy as like in Rhino to build a model, and at that time there might be this kind of framework that provides you a lot of like weapons or tools for you to write a small piece of code to support whatever you want to design. So like for instance, the framework I designed is like the huge part here, the utilities in the backend, and what I want the users or architects to really do is that they can develop their they just need to figure out like the exploration process, like how you can make parking stalls to fill in with the whole site, like this kind of logic into the smaller piece of plugins, so that those smaller plugins and the big framework as a whole can provide solutions or a system to generate different design variants.
A little bit.
I'm not sure if this is clear.
Yeah, I want to build a little bit on that, because it's not that much that you want anyone to buy your software. If I understand, when the project is building on this idea of making accessible and making, incredibly easy for someone to plug in and to develop, their own programming and in a way their own goals in terms of, inputs and outputs. Would you imagine this being an open source platform that will allow multiple reconfigurations and adaptations? And that's why you are keeping things also simple, so that, there could be multiple layering, but it's not, adding that much complexity from the very beginning, so that the entry level can be easy. I don't know. I just wonder if there is also something, the project is presented in a very didactic way, and I wonder if there is an ambition on, keeping things incredibly open and in a way much more participatory, in the sense that, everybody can very easily appropriate the, the tools and the process and be able to co-develop many of the ambitions that you have in here, or not, or is more that you imagine yourself as a software developer and, this is something for people to buy in. Because I think as you are building your thesis, there is something in how you may be answering your own question about how architects may work in the future, and how we may put our, I don't know, tools and different platforms to become more or less accessible is an important question in how you may want to be answering that.
Yeah, so so I think for the for the thesis, I'm actually I'm wondering, if you think of the CAD, like AutoCAD, like hundreds of software developers like works for many years to allow architects to easily just click some buttons to draw a line on the screen.
if you
So
can
it's-
afford the software. If you cannot afford the software, it's not so easy to click that button. So that's, I think, at the
Yeah.
heart of my question. How do you imagine technology to be, guiding the architect of the future, and how you imagine the architect of the future collaborating and co-designing and co-producing in more active ways the very programs that sometimes we cannot access because they are incredibly costly.
Yeah, so well, that's a more kind of more broader topic and more generalization. So I think I'm not sure if it can like somewhat answer this question, but in the programming, like in the software industries, they have this called version control, and like many people can work together on GitHub, like a repository of their code, and it's very easy to trace back or to change it, to trace to their history and merge all their results outcome together. And that is because like for one reason is that it's the code is all text based, so the size of the file is very small, and also it's like because you are basically writing different logics, so that you have the most original informations for you, so that you can have all the benefits of version control. And I'm just wondering for architects if they can working with more like creating logic instead of the geometries in the softwares. There are many more like opportunities opens up, like for there to be like collaborate together in separate different space places, and work like programmer maybe.
Yeah, the notion of participation, agency, collaboration, I think, as Marie pointed out, is sort of it's kind of lurking in the background, behind this project, and it it raises a kind of sort of specter of a sort of another project. Perhaps I'm betraying my own kind of let's see, lack of expertise in this particular area vis-a-vis this specific project, but it's highly reminiscent of Christopher Alexander's work to a great extent. I don't know if you've read Alexander's pattern language, but it too sought to create a kind of radically democratic approach to design at a range of different scales, based in the kind of conglomeration and elaboration upon a number of sort of constants and variables of sort of human experience in space, right? So, and the thing that kind of triggered the, as it were, my memory of Alexander was a kind of glyph type diagram you have with the sort of solver in the middle, where you conglomerate the number of different diagrams, creating this image, right, which is greater than the sum of its parts, aesthetically speaking. And even sort of more kind of peculiar, sort of perversely peculiar fashion, there's Alexander runs through this in that, a pattern language which was proposed or presented as a kind of handbook for the design of human spaces and experiences, was adapted by computer scientists in the late 80s and early 90s toward the production of what came to be known as object-oriented programming, of which Grasshopper is kind of the paradigmatic example. That is a programming language based in objects as opposed to procedures. So, I wonder if your project doesn't exist somewhere on a spectrum with Alexander's. You may be far at the sort of opposite end, but there are kind of common threads and affinities that run through both of them. And for me, looking at your very kind of, impressive animation of the parking lot more or less designing itself based on these sort of very kind of minimal inputs on the part of the quote unquote architect, I couldn't help but think, what are you really designing? Are we just laying out parking spaces or stripes on the road? Are we actually kind of creating architecture, which is to say some kind of crystallization or condensation of human experience? And it seems to me that maybe some kind of compromise between the kind of Alexandrian pattern language and this kind of overly kind of technologically deterministic approach to design might benefit you, if only to kind of flesh out your own understanding of the lineage in which your project is already situated.
Yeah, I think there's a contemporary of Alexander that's very relevant here, who's Yona Friedman, who did this project called the Flat Writer, which is super related. It's sort of like the original architecture configurator. And I think the way that Friedman sort of talked about the project is also maybe, in this spectrum that we're trying to flesh out. So he said, quote, "Instead of an architect, the future user encounters a repertoire of all possible arrangements that his way of life may require." And basically, what he was proposing, and I think sort of is very much in the sort of like design methods world of Christopher Alexander, is the idea of a choice architect. So the architect is somebody who prescribes or sort of like lays out a field of choices for users. They foreclose certain choices and open other choices. And, I don't know if that's exactly the model that you have here, but I think in this universe of sort of like, Alexander, Friedman, the choice architect, I think there's a model that you need to propose that sort of like distinguishes itself from those or sort of like allies itself with those. But there's some very interesting, I think there's been a lot of thinking about sort of like the role of choice in the process of architecture. And I think ultimately that's probably what you're confronting.
Yeah, I think that term is like the choice of architects is like it's a very accurate term to wrap up this project in a way, I think.
Great, thank you, Zihan. So I think on that note, like you said, that's a good place for us to wrap up. We're gonna move on to Junyoung.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, congratulations. All right. And
Congratulations.
Thank you. Should I stop share?
yes, and
Okay.
Junyoung, can you start up?
Okay.
Okay, great.
Hi everybody. I'm Junyoung. I'm in the MAAD program, and let me share my screen. Oops. I'm sorry, I need to reshare my screen because there's an audio problem. Sorry about that. Okay. This project is a result of questioning how the park in modern days should be like to contain people's lives today and respond to both existing and changing environment of the city. Let me start with a short introduction video that explains my thinking process. Seoul is one of the cities that has been suffering from air pollution. In recent years, people sometimes wear masks for going out. These charts show how serious the air pollution of Seoul is compared to other metropolitan cities, and where the sources of air pollution come from. In this situation where the sky is gray, people wear masks outside, and weather forecasts told you to stay home, people started to cherish the clean air day like they loved the sunny day. And on such a day, what they did was going out and enjoying the city, especially nature such as parks. So I naturally started to pay attention to the park in the city. Parks in general filter the air, thus improve the microclimate. However, as there were a lot of research done that proved the greenery's air purification capacity, I focused on a new type of green space for the city that can reflect people's lives in modern days of Seoul. I searched for different types of parks that already exist. In terms of scale, there are 4 different types: architectural element, building, infrastructure, and city. Among these different scale types, I paid attention to the infrastructure scale because it can expand within the city context, unlike other types. Regarding the relationship between park and city fabric, there are 2 types: on fabric and above fabric. For this project, I chose the above fabric type as a concept. The advantage of the above fabric type is that it respects the existing surrounding conditions. Although the example here for the above fabric type is Highline, which already existed as infrastructure before becoming the park, the condition of being floated has a few benefits. One is, as mentioned, that respects the existing condition. Second is that it creates its land for itself rather than occupying a lot. This is particularly beneficial for the dense environment as Seoul. Lastly, it enables the park to have an appropriate distance from the busy condition, such as traffic on the ground level. With this concept in mind, there's one more thing that I thought this new type of park should be capable of. It is the response to the changing context. Let me explain this concept further while introducing the site. The site is located at the center of Seoul. The reason for choosing the central area is that, as in this diagram that shows the green and built-up area of the city, the central part is a mostly built-up area, so there should be not enough space for building a new park on the ground level. This is the broad view of the site. Red lines are highways, and they are disconnecting the riverside area and the rest of the city. The site includes both the riverside area and the adjacent residential area. In a closer view, the yellow space is the site, and the surrounding areas are about to be redeveloped, or planned to be. The highway is expected to go underground. The residential area will be redeveloped as a new residential space, and the military base will be turned into a vast park in the future. To explain more about the underground highway construction, since there is a height difference of 5.5 meters topographically, the gap of the height remains after the covering construction. Overall, the challenge here that I set for myself through this site condition is to make the park adapt to the changing surrounding, make a connection between the residential area and the riverside area, and overcome the topographical difference. Although this particular site seems to have a lot of changes to the surrounding in the future, it is a process that a dense and old city has to go through in many other parts of the city too. In that respect, back to what I mentioned earlier, I think the new type of park should be able to respond to those changes, and this is the reason why I chose this site. To design the park, I came up with a grid system composed of circulation and programs. The reason why I used the grid system is related to the characteristics that I set for the new type of park. The ease of construction is essential to build something while respecting the context. Conceptually, a modular system is an option for the fast and easy assembly, so I chose the grid system as my starting point for the design. On the grid, I used circulation and program distribution strategy. This strategy means that basically circulation is created by generative design, and according to the relationship between adjacent cells and the circulation cells, different kinds of programs are distributed. The benefits and reasons for using generative design for the project are related to the vertical separation between the park and the city. As the park is above the city, after reflecting the least surrounding conditions such as how to enter the park and what is the boundary of the park, the rest of the design does not need to consider the context on the ground. So in that respect, I simply create circulation that connects the entries and distributes the programs which one can customize. This way, people can walk around the park as they usually do in a conventional park and choose to drop by different programs that interest them, such as community space and leisure space. The next slides explain how the generative design system is created. The circulation is designed not to have any clustering and diagonal diverging, so that the path is all connected but still do not have any clustered parts. To adjust the linearity of the path generation is designed to apply adjustable weighting by a designer. For instance, if she puts 100% for the weighting, the path will go straight. Entries are another design factor because, as in the diagram here, the location and the number of entries can create different results. So I would like to show some of the images of the park. So, oops.
Maybe if you reload the site, it's working on my screen. I see your board.
So this big picture here, oops, is the scene that you can see when you get into the greenery space. And this one right here, smaller image, is the greenery area that is more dense than the picture above. So people can experience a different brightness as they walk around the park. And this one is located at the riverside area, so it is basically open to the city and the river. I wanted to express the brightness that people can experience, and according to the different kinds of programs and different density of the greenery. And this is the overall view of the park that comes out of the residential areas to the riverside area. So as you can see, there's a height difference between this two different levels. The park connects those two different layers, but still have the green space and other leisure spaces.
Can
And
I ask you one thing in that image? Can you point out where the highway is situated? Is the highway over the podium space, or where is the highway in this image?
so this is the highway.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Did you move the highway, or is the highway in the same place that it is currently?
it's in the current. I mean, it is in the current situation, but right now, the idea is that when time went by in the future, that right now this is the level of the highway, but the government thinking about putting the highway underground like this, so it basically goes into the level of the riverside area rather than just get into the underground. It's underground, but still it's in the surface. It's on the same level with the riverside area.
And when that's covered over, that becomes a linear park along basically along the edge between the city and the coast, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Because I mean, one of the questions that I'm sort of like have been asking myself is, okay, you're basically burying the highway, creating this linear park space, but then you're proposing actually another linear park which is perpendicular to that. I guess what I'm wondering is like, what do you get for that sort of like linear park going into the city versus one that would be on the edge? Why not take that as a project? Just because it's sort of, it's a big project to construct, like to basically construct a High Line. I mean, the High Line had a sort of like, you know, a rail conduit there already. What you're proposing is essentially like construct a rail conduit. And I guess I'm wondering what, I'm wondering the reasoning behind not choosing that sort of the linear park that's going to be there already and propose something for that. I mean, I think we should talk about your project as it's done, but I was curious also that choice.
The reason I make the vertical floated park is that, as you can see here, this is on this riverside area. This is park, but as you can see, there are only they're mostly field condition, and there are some of the trees, but I think it's not the weather condition in South Korea. People like to go under the shade rather than exposed to the sunlight. So I think that's and as I showed in the initial introduction video, I think from the very old days, people wanted to be under the trees and close to the vertical elements of nature rather than the field. That's why I chose to work on the vertical greenery infrastructure.
Well, I guess I had a very similar reaction, Junyan. But first, let me say that I thought that your presentation was really well done. I really liked the video at the very beginning because it sort of helped me understand sort of the very basic landscape and anything a student can do right now to get me out of the space that I'm confined in, just like the rest of us. I really appreciate, and I appreciated the script so that everything was well written out. There's a couple of reactions that I have just based on what you set up in that video, because there was this idea of this sort of greenery and this potential to start to frame selected views. Once the image that's currently up in the upper left, or the one that was similar to it, sort of showing a frame view with the greenery, I kind of felt like, oh, I'd actually wonder like what views you really do want to frame, and how you can make people feel more connected to various parts of the city or to the landscape. And that may be somehow a limitation of the grid, not as a generic planning device, but how you maybe have chosen to use it right now, which was it's very much its own internal logic rather than connecting out. I think there's still great promise to what you've done. I guess had I been on your thesis committee, I would have said, well, turn the highways into parks rather than keep them. Especially, for us in the U.S., we're not very used to wearing masks. This is a whole new thing, but it just seems to be if air pollution is that dire in Seoul, and of course I'm speaking as somebody that I've taken to riding my bicycle every day to work, over 10 miles, 12 miles of commuting in the dead of winter, because I'm not into cars anymore. But I wonder if that might be a kind of an approach to greening that might really sort of be consistent with your idea of using existing or the Highline example of using existing infrastructure and converting it. So that's a great example. The example of covering a park or covering a highway and turning it into a park would be the Central Artery Central Artery project in Boston, which I'm not sure if you've been to, but it's certainly worth taking a look at as this idea of converting what was once an elevated highway and sinking it down 80 feet below grade and covering it with a park. Also very expensive.
Yeah, I think you've got really beautiful drawings and renderings, and I think there's a lot of interesting things that you've done. And I also wonder if like back in the kind of analysis phase of things, when you were looking at other parks, Central Park, Highline, I think you talked about parks that you called that you thought were on the fabric versus ones that were above fabric, right? And then you sort of chose the kind of above fabric one. There's all kinds of variations on that, right? There's also parks as fabric. Like you should look at the park system in Savannah, right? And with all of those, I think one of the really important things about these parks is not just whether they're above the fabric or part of the fabric or on the fabric, but what those parks do to the fabric around them, how they support the fabric around them, how they activate the fabric around them, the types of amenities that they might provide to what's around them. And so maybe even looking at those examples a little bit deeper might also, like maybe in another round of this, help you think about what is the right move for your park and when is, when do you stop, right? When is it sort of enough? Because I also agree, like I would have wanted to at least play out the possibility of, if I understood correctly, if there's already plans for sort of burying that, for decking over that highway. And if I remember the section correctly, it seemed like the highway is here, then there's a ground plane here. If you deck straight over it, then you can drop back down to the river. Sorry, that's a poor substitute for a sketch. But that seems like a really nice idea, because again, looking at your site plan, I believe you have housing on both sides, and I'd also want to know more, I'm sure you do, about what kind of projects those housing projects are, what kind of communities they are, what they're lacking, what they need, and how doing something like that, like for example, simply decking over the highway, automatically gives them access to a park space that because it seems like right now there's a big barrier between them and the park below, right? So I think just going back to some of your precedents a little bit and really analyzing it in a lot of different ways, not only whether they're above the fabric or whatever in the fabric, but what they do, what those parks do to the things around them. And another precedent that you should really look at, someone mentioned the Big Dig in Boston. You should also look at the Brooklyn Promenade here in New York. And the Brooklyn Promenade, what they did is when Robert Moses was making the BQE, which is a big highway here, there at Brooklyn Heights, there's sort of the river, and then there was a bluff, and then the city is up here, right? Similar to the situation that you have. And what they did is on the bluff, they created the highway, and it's a sort of double-decker thing. And on top of that top deck, they just extended the bluff a little bit to create this really beautiful, essentially a park for the back of this neighborhood, Brooklyn Heights. And then you get the incredible view of Manhattan, you get the view down to the river, you get, and now that's developed even further, and you can even access the park further. So yeah, so that's what I mean, I think the precedents that you're looking at are all good, but I would interrogate them even more so that they inform what you're doing on your project in a kind of more multivalent way.
Yeah, I wonder if also looking at, the diversity of parks that exist already in Seoul, right? Because you already have a High Line, and BRDB has a, project that is in a way reinterpreting that. So I wonder if, what I think your project does very intelligently is providing maybe an opportunity for, I don't know, maybe a system of hacking existing infrastructure that is actually generating air pollution. Because you don't talk about your project that way, but I wonder if this scaffolding system will have an opportunity to be deployed and disappear, grow, shrink. And also, for you to create a system in which the moments that you may choose are a little bit more surgical. Because, first we're looking at your selection of the site. I'm like a little bit ambivalent. It's like, this is already a huge military park that may remain as a park. And then you have the park in the waterfront. And then at that moment, you are connecting park with park. I mean, what a treat, right? When there are other areas in the city in which citizens are totally disconnected from both the waterfront or any park at all. So I wonder if, first the project could have almost like a way of speculating at metropolitan scale, where maybe, critical moments in which your system that can be easily deployed and tested out could actually increase the access of residents to, green space, whatever, you want to frame it that way. And then, once you have a system of critical moments, then, you could be able to test, I think one very important quality that your system has, that is one of temporality. It's a system that may play with time in a way in which, some of the parks that we are discussing are. I'm originally from Madrid, and the city has an amazing river park now because the infrastructure was pushed down, but it's also coming with a high cost to the city. And if things go wrong, they are wrong forever, right? So what you have here is, I think, a system that, can be deployed and tested and experimented with without that much of an investment, and maybe to start, a process of incremental reclamation of spaces that are more for citizens and more for greenery and less for traffic. Because I think, one of the ways in which we see cities curbing traffic is because citizens start asking, right, the government to take action and decrease the amount of intensity. So I can imagine that maybe on Sundays, the whole highway will be stopped so that people can not only go over, but actually can go in the highway, just because, you also want to make sure that, as we are discussing, some of these moments in which your project may be acting are going to start, in a way seeing a ripple effect, right? Other changes that happen in how we use the city, just because your project is very intelligently marking, areas that are critical for the city. These are my comments, right? How to, think a little bit more broadly on what is the siting strategy for the project, and then building on its temporality. And then there is something that I would like you to maybe explore as things move to your portfolio. I think you have beautiful ideas about how to frame these windows towards the city. And I want to invite you to select moments that are a little bit unfamiliar, right? So that we can see very strategically what are the stories that you are trying to tell back. Because you start, your project with a critique to air pollution, but you never come back to it. And then, I wonder if as this system is going over highways that are moments of high intensity of pollution, you know, the citizens that are inhabiting these parks are a little bit, you know, special citizens, and they are, you know, venturing and occupying your system in a way that may still talk about, you know, these parks that you are inserting here being a little bit of kind of a cyber system, not totally nature as we would like to expect. I don't know, something about, you know, what kind of larger narratives your project is trying to build. But I've enjoyed every bit of it, so thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank
I agree.
you.
I think this is a really interesting project. I think that, you know, I was particularly tickled when you started out sort of with your you know, defining these 4 categories of park, and the sort of architectural element comes in as a sort of example of a park, or the building itself comes in as an example of park. And you seem to be kind of equating a kind of process of greening, as it were, with the kind of park, which, you know, I understand in kind of a more intensely social or, you know, quintessentially urban context. But, you know, I was also a little, you know, ambivalent, as Maria put it, about the way you were kind of connecting one park to another park, the way the kind of meat of your park really existed you know, was really presented, you know, within what appeared, at least in your kind of aerial views, as a kind of already existing park. But you know, the more I look at it, the more you know, peculiar and interesting I think it is. And you know, people have been sort of throwing out precedents. The one I think you should look at, if you haven't already, is Weissman-Freddy's Olympic Sculpture Park in Seattle, which does something, you know, really interesting. I mean, it doesn't just cross a highway, which is situated in a very kind of similar condition relative to the waterfront as Seoul's is here. But it does so by kind of, let's say, introducing or reintroducing a different kind of urban or spatial logic as a means of getting from one side to the next. So the gallery where it begins is kind of very much within a kind of gridded urban context. There's a big sectional change across the highway down to the waterfront, but instead of taking a kind of bridge approach, it zigzags across the highway in a way that almost echoes the kind of switchback pedestrian paths that would have existed on this hill prior to the imposition of the interstate highway. And so I wonder if, I think, I forget, it may have been Brian brought up the notion of the grid, or maybe Andrew brought up the grid earlier, as a, you know, maybe a kind of almost too easy or kind of fairly kind of facile approach to kind of structuring and ordering your project. I wonder if you can't look to other forms, other metaphors, kind of allegorical readings of the site, which you might kind of reintroduce or return to this notion of the park in a way that isn't so kind of obviously, you know, modernist. You began your video with this lovely set of collages, the kind of what I imagine to have been the sort of natural landscape prior to the arrival of Seoul as a major metropolis. And it seems to me that some of those older paintings, renderings, drawings of the landscape which became Seoul, Korea, might provide a kind of fodder for giving new form to a kind of different type of park, which is precisely not the sort of park that we already find here, but is also not just a kind of greened architectural element. Because at the end of the day, you know, if you're concerned about air pollution, if you're concerned about you know, CO2 load and reintroducing kind of oxygenation to the urban air, the sorts of plants that grow on walls of buildings don't do much work. You really need something more robust. Large trees are what are doing that work. Sedum and succulents do almost nothing, but they do look beautiful. So there's a symbolic aspect to your project, which I think is carrying a lot of the load. But you might look at other precedents, other metaphors, other approaches to kind of form making as you move forward. In any case, it's a very, very interesting project.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, in terms of vegetation, to maybe like tie the vegetation comments back to Maria's comments, which I thought were really fantastic. This question kind of like temporality and sort of like maybe modularity, I think really comes out in these sort of almost like cellular automata kind of studies, which I think suggest a really kind of amazing variety in the project. And I wonder if there's a way in which the logic of those, which I think is like pretty like fairly rigorous, might be expanded into a larger system that might engage the city as a whole. And I think when I was in Paris, there was this weekend where the Champs-Élysées was basically taken over by these striking farmers, and the entire thing became this really amazing green space. And it was just this incredible illustration about how the notion of kind of like temporary park in a city like Paris or a city like Seoul can really have a transformative effect. So anyway, that's all to say that I think Maria's comment about thinking about this systemically could have the beginnings in the CA kind of studies that you've already begun.
Great, thank you all. So I think we'll jump over to Lon now. Thank you, Junyoung. Great presentation, and we can jump back to some of these broader conversations about logic and systems when we kind of circle back with the 3 projects again. So Lon, are you
back home? Are you in Seoul right now, or are you still in the States?
I'm in Pittsburgh, you know.
Okay, so you have been working remotely. There you go.
Hi everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so let's start by watching the video together. Hello everyone. Welcome to my thesis. Before we get started, I'd like to encourage everyone to think about what are walls. One common author Sorry about that. Okay, I'll share again.
Okay.
Before we get started, I'd like to encourage everyone to think about what are walls. One common answer is that walls are definers of spaces, but at the same time, they are separators of spaces. Let's move on to our cities. The future of our cities is uncertain, but we can already foresee that they will be dense and crowded. As designers for the built environment, we should be cautious that the increasing density of walls and buildings does not disconnect people from people, or people from nature. Instead, they should be able to make connections. In a crowded future, the accessibility to traditional public spaces might be limited. All of these are calling for a new type of public space. Let's step back and have a look at what's happening in other fields. With time goes by, computer screens are getting bigger and bigger. In human-computer interaction, things are becoming more and more intuitive, and there are more body engagements. In terms of immersive art, we had the idea a long time ago, but recently we are empowered by technologies to achieve it better. What about architecture then? There are lots of studies to make architecture responsive, interactive, and dynamic. But it's hard to apply them in the real world because at the end of the day, we are limited by the laws of physics. And plus, we are so obsessed with the idea of designing physical things. In my thesis, I would argue that it's not buildings that we're designing. It's not even spaces. What we are actually designing should be experiences, which can be both physical and virtual. Now, I'd like to introduce two important concepts in my thesis. The first one is Integrated Media Environment, abbreviated as IME. The idea is that if two remote spaces are connected virtually, from the point of people's experience, the space in between is eliminated, and the two spaces are pulled together, like what's happening in a wormhole. The idea of IME is not new. It's been happening for a long time on your phone. But I think it's not only useful on the individual level, but can also provide opportunities to create a new type of public space. With IME, a public space doesn't have to be one holistic huge space. It can be a distributed, small space system. By doing this, we might have a chance to set our public spaces free and make as many connections as we want in the concrete forest. And this can be the vision of our cities in the future. The concepts can be extremely useful in high-density contexts because the distributed system provides better accessibility than holistic public space. In my thesis, I'm going to test this idea on Cornwall City, which was demolished almost 30 years ago. Just compare Cornwall City with New York, and you can see how dense it was. Now, let me walk you through the inner scenes of Cornwall City. Let's move from the bottom to the top. It's pretty dark in most places. There are many shops on the first floor. At some points, you can see sunlight. There is an open public space in the middle. People enjoy the rooftop a lot. If you move upwards, you can see the city and mountains. The roofs are also children's playgrounds. Sometimes, airplanes are just above your head, which is pretty cyberpunk. In my vision, Cornwall City can be a more connected community with a distributed public space system and IMEs. The virtual experience will work together with the physical experience, and users have a certain level of control of their virtual experience. This is the vision of one IME. It's virtually connected with other IMEs and also the rooftop. The biggest challenge is to make it less like screens on the walls and more integrated with the physical space. Here, the atrium becomes a large IME, connected with other IMEs and even people's private spaces. And these are the visions for private spaces and elevators, but these are not the focus in this project. Now, I'll briefly step you through the research process. My main approach is doing case studies. I started by analyzing in what cases screens contribute to spatial qualities and how. And then I moved on to a more detailed version of case studies. I categorized the precedents, analyzed them, and interpreted them in the context of my project. I specifically studied user control and IME integration methods. After that, I identified some problematic scenarios that will cause perspective distortion and unrealistic experiences, and proposed solutions for some of them. After the studies, I produced this diagrammatic plan that shows the idea of rabbit holes. Now, after this research, I'll move on to a design of Cornwall City. I started by looking at the existing spatial elements. The three main categories identified are alley, gap, and rooftop. These elements can make different connections with each other. Each one has unique spatial qualities. By saying connections, I mean the visual connection between a physical space and a virtual space on screen. I put the connections in this grid and marked them with different hierarchies with three goals in mind. Increase connections between people, increase connections with ordered spaces, and increase the diversity of spatial experience. In the later design process, I will focus on the connections with red color. The drawing on the left is the first floor of Cornwall City. On this floor, there are many small commercial spaces. The darker alleys are the main alleys that define different neighborhoods, and these main alleys are the ones I will focus on in this project. I created a physical public space at each intersection of the main alleys. These public spaces will be the commercial hubs on this floor. You may wonder why the spaces are of these strange shapes. The reason is that, according to the previous research, concave spaces will provide more immersive experiences. So, I'm trying to create concave spaces as much as possible. Now, I'm showing the first layer rabbit holes. The dashed lines you can see are connection lines. After two spaces are connected virtually, people in one space can also experience the other space. In addition to connecting to other spaces in Cornwall City, a space can also connect to the rooftop, so that people have the chance to look out, even if they live at the bottom of Cornwall City. The rabbit holes can only be seen partly, but because people living here are familiar with the actual condition of Cornwall City, they can imagine the hidden spaces, which are shown by dot lines. The collective imagination is important for the success of the rabbit holes. Now, I just added the second layer rabbit holes. The second layer rabbit holes exist because we can not only see a space on a screen, we can also see one screen on another screen. On the higher levels, I created these distributed IME spaces. Similarly, there are many concave walls in them. One thing to note is that a concave wall needs to connect to a convex wall to avoid perspective distortion. That's the reason why there are also many convex walls in these spaces. Now, I'm showing the first layer rabbit holes and the second layer rabbit holes. In this project, I'm only showing one option of connecting the spaces, but actually, there are many ways to connect to the same spaces. This is part of the user control, but there are some predefined rules. The key rule is that the real orientation should be maintained. This is how the IMEs look in 3D. The spaces located at main alley intersections are of double heights, and the other spaces have some parts with single heights because on these parts, they don't have chances to connect to the others. Now, first layer rabbit holes and second layer rabbit holes. Almost all the IMEs on higher floors have connections to the sky. Here is a closer look at the clusters. Note that only the physical part is fixed. The rabbit hole parts of the clusters can change constantly when the user's choices change. The red lines are showing the locations of screens. Here, you can see how the system overrides the existing structures. Only the white space in the middle is physical space. The other parts are virtual spaces extended to adjacent buildings. Now, let us go into Colombo City and have a look. You are looking up at the intersection point of two main alleys. You are surrounded by physical and virtual markets, and you can see the light coming from the IMEs on the 4th floor. You are curious, and you come up to the 4th floor, and you see the mysterious spaces. There seems to be a lot of people inside, and the spaces seem deep. You enter one of them and see the virtual gates to other spaces, and there are more gates inside of the virtual scene. You also see the night sky, which could only be seen if you go up to the rooftop. In another IME, you see an old friend living in another neighborhood. Outside of the opening, there is a crowded Colombo City as usual. But inside of the IME, there's this new but familiar gathering place to meet friends and have activities. With IMEs, Colombo City is not just a crowded and dark building cluster, but a mysterious wonderland with rabbit holes to be explored and connections to be unfolded. Public spaces are not privileges given by architects anymore, but small spaces that can be created by local people based on their needs. The cultural needs of being together is fulfilled, and so is the mental need of connecting to people and nature. In the future, our high-density cities may contain thousands of Colombo cities, and everyone can be living in one of them. But don't worry, we're free to make connections with rabbit holes, and this can be the chance for us to create a new wonderland in our cities. That's the end of my presentation. I want to take this chance to thank my advisors, Eddie, Heather, and Hal. This thesis would not have been possible without your help. And finally, thank you everyone for coming.
Hey, Lan, what a
Hi.
nice project. Can I ask you a couple of questions?
Yeah, sure.
So the first question has to do with something that you say, the collective imagination is important for the rabbit hole. And I would like to know how, if you can unpack a little bit. And this has something to do with my second question. You say that things change. So who controls? You know, how much of this is something that the collectivity controls and to what ends, or how much of this is single-handed by one mastermind? And, you know, these are some of the, some of the initial bites for the conversation, because I think you have a very interesting project, but you know, there is a little bit of ambiguity in how you are presenting human experience and human engagement, who is engaging and what, and you know, how do you imagine this unfolding and taking? I know you know the nature of the project, so I'm asking you to go a little bit outside of the project. When you project that every place can become this way, and then all of a sudden designing rabbit holes may become, you know, an architecture thing, a new type of a space that we need to start programming in the city. I'm really curious to know if you imagine this being formal practice, or if these are mechanisms in which you are inviting, you know, architects and communities to work together, hacking real estate trends of, you know, high density and reduced public spaces.
Okay, so for the last question, I do imagine this could be part of the future design process. Like architects are not just designing physical things. We also take in consideration what might people choose, and what if we take virtual experience into concern. And for the first question, was it about collective memory, you said?
You said a collective imagination.
Okay.
is important for the rabbit hole. And I don't
Okay.
have totally proven how that is working. So I want to hear you developing a little bit more on that idea.
Okay. I can explain that by looking at these drawings. So there's some difference between the virtual space and physical space, because for physical space, you can go into and see how the spaces look like. But for if you stand in front of a screen, you can only see part of the space. So for people to figure out what the rest of the space is look like, the people is better to be familiar with the place before he or she see the space on screen, so that he or she can imagine how the whole space will look like. I think that's one important thing for rabbit holes. That's why I choose the sites in Collinwood City, not on the whole city, or for Pittsburgh to connect to Paris, because I want the virtual experience to be based on what people are familiar with. Yeah, and for the second question about user control, there are some inputs by architects and users. So for architects, we are giving users the choices, which are the options that they might connect these rabbit holes. But for users, they can choose which exact space they want to connect to based on their social needs. Like I want to connect to neighborhood A today, or neighborhood B tomorrow. That's based on users.
Thank you.
I have a couple of quick questions as well. I guess what you're calling the rabbit holes and those sort of spaces with the concave and convex surfaces, those are new spaces that you've designed, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And are they being carved out of this of the density of Kowloon, or how? I mean, or are they sort of fabricated somewhere and brought in? How does that?
I think they're just maybe they can just be built by local people because they are inserted into the existing building cells.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
because
they're like pods that are inserted into the city. Is that right?
Yeah. So for a top-down approach, they can be prefabricated and transported to the site. But for Collinwood City, because the people living here are financially poor, so maybe they can just construct these spaces by themselves using existing living cells.
And then those spaces have some combination of or connections to virtual information through screens and whatnot, right?
Yeah, so there are cameras embedded into the walls, so so that they are virtually connected.
You know, this is a really strange and beautiful project. I'm trying to get my head around it, but enjoying the process. I mean, you do so many like really interesting things, and then turn around and hit me over the head with something, you know, really odd. Just starting off, you know, citing your project, choosing Kowloon Walled City, which, you know, as a kind of urban form is not just aberrational, but almost entirely unique, but also doesn't exist anymore, right? Has been demolished. So we're already operating kind of within the realm of memory and collective imagination just from the start, which I think is pretty interesting. Then you talk about the rabbit hole, and of course, the rabbit hole or the rabbit's warren is an apt metaphor for a Kowloon Walled City, where the kind of sense of urban order is anything but top down. It appears as a kind of gridded matrix, right? It contains or contained a lot of the kind of typical, even sort of stereotypical kind of urban residential forms that we see around kind of Hong Kong and Kowloon. but they're not conglomerated or organized or distributed in a way which makes any sense kind of through the lens or within the frame of a kind of Western urban imagination, right? So you don't have any zoning, you don't have any kind of governmental control, you don't have uses and populations distributed in a kind of systematic, capital S systematic way. So this is all to say your kind of operative metaphor is incredibly apt, and I think very useful. But also suggests that the way this place was inhabited was not by was precisely not top down, right? Not our understanding of Kowloon-walled city, like our understanding of cities like Manhattan, does not begin with a kind of overarching sense of order imposed on a kind of urban landscape or even a kind of social landscape, but rather by way of a number of sort of pathways or threads that get woven through the whole and eventually come to comprise it, which I think is really terribly fascinating. Then likewise, and this is one of the things I've been trying to get my head around, the sort of notion of the, the integrated media environment, the idea that a kind of actual physical space would get sort of stitched to a suite of virtual spaces, which I imagine are physical spaces, actual spaces someplace else, seems to me to be seeking to reimpose a kind of sense of systematic order and conglomerated understanding of a kind of urban condition on a place which is terribly and totally opaque, right? Both visually opaque in terms of not having access to kind of light and air throughout most of its fabric, but also kind of like politically, governmentally and socially opaque. So you seem to be, you're suggesting that this network or lattice, this matrix, as it were, of screens is going to help people who might not live next to their neighbors or might not be adjacent to kind of uses that they would otherwise be adjacent to or be able to have access to, are going to find themselves in a space where some sense can be made of this. I think that's all the terribly interesting part. Now the kind of, I guess the kind of commentary part, since the way the Kowloon-walled city was, was governed, as it were, was non-governmentally, it existed, persisted in a kind of state of anarchy. I'm reminded a little bit, listening to you talk about the sort of importance of collective imagination, the sort of necessity of a sort of set of commonly held collective associations, right? That everybody is going to share a kind of common body of knowledge that actually resonates, strangely enough, with James Scott's recent sort of account of what you might call anarchist aesthetics in his book, 2 Cheers for Anarchism, where he describes actually the Vietnam War Memorial and a suite of adventure playgrounds as being paradigmatic of a kind of anarchist aesthetic experience, which rely on a kind of a pre-existing set of associations and body of knowledge in order for people to make use of things socially. So the Vietnam War Memorial isn't useful. It isn't a kind of fully fledged experience if one doesn't have a kind of prior knowledge of the history of the Vietnam War, because those names are not organized alphabetically. That's the systematic top-down approach to organizing knowledge, but rather chronologically. They require people to kind of bring a set of associations and a body of knowledge to bear on it. Now, I wonder how one might understand what is actually going on with these screens in those terms. Are we just seeing our friends, or are we seeing other things? Are we just kind of accessing, doctors via telemedicine, or are we seeing other things? So I think as a proposition, I think this is incredibly provocative. I wonder, though, if your goal here is precisely to design experiences, what role the kind of collective actually plays in that? Because right now it's sort of amorphous. It's ill-defined. And I wonder what kind of community, what kind of collective it would be necessary for that really to kind of take hold in the way you're describing it, which, like I said, is terribly, terribly interesting.
Thank you.
Ellen, I'm thinking a little bit on your narrative, and this is literally thinking on how this project may move into the portfolio, or even how this project may go into a publication, you know, outside of, you know, its academic life right now. And I wonder, you know, because your voice right now is situated outside, someone that is explaining us the project, but I wonder if as you write on your project, it would be productive for you to test different storytelling approaches. For instance, one of them, like if this were an archaeological project in which all of a sudden you are helping us discover something that is still very much, you know, projecting an imaginary, as you say, a collective imaginary, but something that is not happening in the present on a project that doesn't exist anymore, but actually a project that existed in a project that doesn't exist anymore. Or I don't know, ways of playing a little bit with how you as narrator are situating yourself, but also how you may be giving different roles to the characters that may help us understand specific moments. Because now what is happening is that the figures are very much also didactic, and then you look up and then you go up and you see, and I wonder if you want to give other types of agency to these characters that we can see in the renderings, so that, you know, they can still help us understand the specific aspects of the project, but they may be the drivers of these larger conversations about, you know, more critical aspects of your project. Again, the project is what it is and it's fascinating and we could talk about it forever, but it's just more a way on now, how do you deconstruct and write and theorize and, you know, take a bit more of a critical role post-design on your own work, so that you maybe, you know, pushing a little bit on some aspects that are, as of now, are presented and there is a fair amount of ambiguity, and you may take more ownership on those. And again, these are, you know, some of the ways in which a little bit of reflection in how you may be writing about the project may give you, because I think it's incredibly, you know, a project that is incredibly accomplished and very, very powerful. So I wonder if there could be a little bit more of, you know, a critical, you know, teeth here on, you know, how you may be pushing back and forth a little bit on specific aspects that as of now seem a little bit neutral, and they can be, you know, more, I think, more thoroughly explored.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think this idea of sort of like a design, I mean, the project is presented now as a fiction, and I think this idea of taking those fictitious aspects further and thinking about it as sort of like a constructive or sort of like interrelations with characters is kind of interesting. It reminds me a little bit of like, you know, the life of a user's manual, this like Georges Perec novel, which basically considers this apartment block organized by the sort of like moves of a knight's tour on a chessboard. It's a very kind of like procedural approach, and has actually the kind of like almost the spatiality that you're talking about, or that you're sort of like presenting, but it's presented in a kind of like narrative form. There were two other things that I kind of thought were really interesting moments of the project, or interesting sort of possibilities of the project, which I totally agree. I mean, I think it's a fabulous, lovely project. The first was kind of like thinking about what it is exactly that you're seeing through these passages or through these kind of like portals. And there's two projects that I think are sort of like relevant. Like Dan, the artist Dan Graham has done a lot of really interesting stuff around sort of like closed circuit television, time displacement, and sort of like adjacent rooms. And he has some really interesting diagrams that explain in kind of like this very kind of like tongue-in-cheek, but also kind of like clear way what some of those possibilities are. And if you're not familiar with his work, I think it's a really interesting way to, a really interesting lens to maybe think through aspects of the project. And then there's also the Portals project, which you might be familiar with, as sort of kind of like the grandfather of these kinds of projects. It's where basically, you know, you have these gold shipping containers that are set up in various places around the world, and you have these moments of sort of social interaction between them. But one of the things that I think is really, so that's, you know, the Portals project is super large scale. Dan Graham's pieces are very small scale. Yours is somewhere in between. And one of the things that I was kind of curious about is kind of like this question of like opticality in your project. So right now, I think the idea, at least the way that I'm reading it, is that you have these kind of like quasi rooms
which are composed of screens and cameras, and you see these sort of like connections to other rooms, and some of them are sort of like virtually inserted in this sort of sequence. But I could also imagine that you might partially actually see some of the rooms from a room that you're in, right? So you might physically see some of them. The cameras might partially see portions of those rooms. And then there becomes this really weird condition where aspects of what you see are virtual, aspects of it are optically accurate, but you're stitching together this very weird sort of set of relationships among them. And I think there's also this funny way in which like the time delay or latency might create also very peculiar kinds of effects and experiences. So, I mean, this is all to say that I think it's like, it's a really interesting germ of maybe a whole host of different kinds of projects, but thinking through particularly kind of like, what are those relationships beyond this, or what are the kinds of like things that this sort of like mediated connections that are possible in this kind of structure, and what are the ways in which architecture could actually become a part of that kind of like optically, I think could be really interesting. But yeah, it's really, really beautiful project.
Thank you.
I would agree. I think you have an extraordinary mind. I'm really amazed at what you've accomplished. I really, again, I appreciate the having the movie and the initial orientation for everybody. Those images were really compelling, and I'll get to the one that sort of moved me the most in just a second. But I really appreciated your analysis. It was just very simple: alley, gap, rooftop. It was just like so perfect. I think you have really created what you called a mysterious wonderland. It is very mysterious, and I think that's why a lot of us have a lot of questions about what it would be like to live in such a place. Part of the mystery is perhaps awe and curiosity, but there's another sort of part of the mystery, which is others have alluded to, Maria in particular, I think, which is who runs this place? What's the content of these screens? The fear that I have, and this is just, maybe it's a generational thing, maybe it's a cultural thing, but the fear is that it becomes this panopticon, where it's media that is two-way, right? Mm-hmm. So you can see, but you don't know who's seeing you. And it's much more complicated than the way people used to think about media. Marshall McLuhan used to talk about the difference between light through media and light on media. So the television, that quaint device, was sort of light through and very new for people. We have a much more sort of complicated set of situations. And I think what you presented is so amazing. The piece that I would love to see your mind start to get to would be the rooftop. Because the image, particularly with the kids playing on the rooftop with the television antenna in the background, was really, it's quite an image. And I think one of the when we start to talk about agency, one of the pitfalls that we have as designers is that we tend to think of people as perceivers, as viewers, and always sort of on the receiving end, and not doing things like hatching schemes and coming up with their own events, and connecting with each other in sort of novel and creative ways. And I see the rooftop as actually sort of maybe potentially the escape in this. But I think this is amazing, and I did have a thought, and I don't want you to take this the wrong way, because I'm afraid you might think of it as insulting. But I think if you created this as a video game, it would be incredibly successful. That's where people could start to create their own narrative. I'm not even a gamer, but and I am thinking of a student a year or two ago that created a space that was also very ambiguous. Was it meant to be a video game space, or was it meant to be a real space? And I think your space is just incredible. It's lovely and enchanting and mysterious and all the things that you've said. So congratulations.
Thank you. Video game is really a cool idea.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, I just to build on everything that's said, and maybe some of this is the product of Zoom too, for better or for worse. Like you tend to gravitate to things that really stick with you. I mean, there's parts of your project that I absolutely love, for all the kind of beautiful, enigmatic suggestions you're making and descriptions you're making about certain kinds of cities in general. I don't even care that it's Calvin Walled city that doesn't exist anymore, And there's a few things that came to my mind, and I think it says a lot about your project that so many people, it sparked kind of so many references for so many people. For me, I immediately thought of, this came up in another review the other day, coincidentally too, is this book called Maximum City by Suketu Mehta. I don't know if you've heard of this book, but you should look it up. It's about Bombay, and it's about the kind of, he has this really incredible, intense descriptions of the kind of seedy underworld in Bombay as seen through the eyes of, I think there's a mobster, a prostitute, and like a villager who comes to the city to work, right? That was one thing that came to mind as this like really intense sort of description of a city. And the other one that comes to mind, and you must know this one, is the movies of Wong Kar-wai. You know Wong Kar-wai, In the Mood for Love? Oh, you have to look at his movies, because a lot of these movies are made in Hong Kong, and some of your perspectives and your initial images, they remind me so much of, like, In the Mood for Love is a movie that he made with the kind of red light that's coming through a room or an alley. It reminds me very much of the kind of cinematography in that movie. So what I like about your project the most is that you found a way to find or describe to us, however loosely, a kind of city that exists inside a city, right? A place where something happens in an alley below, but there's another alley and a stairway and someone's living room where you can like buy something that you're not supposed to, and then go through someone's apartment to another stair up to a rooftop where you can do something else, And that's where the project is sort of most interesting for me, that it's almost like it's such an intense analysis of a city that the analysis is sort of design itself. Where it's sort of, for me at least, it's least interesting is when you begin designing those I guess IME stations, or the sort of concave convex pods. I know there's something about those, as soon as I see sort of the kind of graphics of those in the isometrics, I immediately think of like, I don't know, like, Virgin Atlantic, like waiting centers in an airport or something. They look like they sort of take some of the mystery of what you're doing out for me. And the images that really resonate with me are, in looking at the board that you have up now, the kind of the one in the lower left, beneath. Go to the right. No, to the right. Let me see if I can.
Okay.
You know what? I can't. My computer is super slow with annotating. This one here.
Okay.
I love that image because just simply having a red light emanate from some sort of space that's like 6 stories up gives me a clue that there's something that's going on up there, right? That there might be some sort of a passage, which might be a connection of sort of corridors, rooms, stairways, whatever, that sort of gets me there. And that might just simply be the discovery that an existing space like that is just there, not that you necessarily have to make a pod in order to make it special, So I don't know, there's a lot about, there's those kinds of things about the project that I really like as kind of a really beautiful way to sort of observe, analyze, and describe a city. It's like this place exists. We just we wouldn't know it in this way until you describe it to us in this way. So I like that about your project very much.
Great. Thank you, Lon. So, yeah, so yes, beautiful work, beautiful drawings, and congratulations on your presentation. So I just wanted to kind of circle back with the 3 projects, and we could talk for 10 minutes or so just to kind of close on some of the broader topics that came up. And we were talking about density and aggregation throughout all 3 projects in different forms, pattern, logic of systems. I think something that's interesting that came up in all of the projects was agency, and in terms of the design process. I had the word hacking come up a couple times too, and open source and relationships to how are we participating in this process. So to the critics, I'd just like to kind of pose these questions back to you as to how we can start to kind of wrap up this session and think about some of these broader topics. So if anyone wants to jump in on that.
I'll give it a small start, sort of thinking about what combines all these together, is this idea of some sort of notion of a geometry, right? The first one was pretty delimited, shifting geometries based on a very specific set of criteria. Then the second project kind of decided that you can overlay this grid, and there are infinite numbers of possibilities, and there's a lot of potential there. And it was just sort of a question of how do you use the grid to connect it to the larger sort of context. And then this third one is more of a 3-dimensional grid of some kind of these event spaces. And I just thought, at least as a one thread that connects them all, I'll just sort of start off with that. I think that the question for the very first project, and it's is whether one is always intending to design the idealized design process, right? So it's like, hey, here's the perfect process. And that's always been the pitfall of the design methods approach, rather than sort of trying to understand maybe what from Maria's comments about social connection and collaboration, and a design process that's indeed a lot messier, or it's informed by let's say Lon's interest in kind of creating this vision, right, where all this sort of subjectivity and mystery sort of comes in rather than the rationality.
I'm going to jump in there too. What I think is interesting in the 3 projects is that the 3 of them are, I think, reclaiming an expanded role for, the architect. In the first project, it was this idea about why not get more involved with, the very design of these programming interfaces. Again, a little bit outside of my area of expertise, but I really, really appreciate the didactic quality of the project, trying to push us to think a little bit more on how we actually generate the workflows that, we inhabit and we appropriate. And I thought that was, incredibly, incredibly ambitious. In the second project is the architect as the infrastructure provider, but also as more than, as a mind that can reimagine the meaning of infrastructure as we move into the future. In your case, it's more this idea of greening as a way of dealing with air pollution, but also, and I guess I'm responsible of the hacking world, a way of hacking infrastructures that had been designed, I think, a little bit outside of our reach. And now we are trying to figure out how to start, carving back some room and some opportunities to, to start challenging them. And in the last project is this idea of the architect as a designer of these media environments, something that I feel like we see happening and we see many others being involved. And I think it's a project that is incredibly productive for us to, imagine ourselves as direct participants in how we go beyond, the design of the physical, as Lan was claiming, and starting to, to take more of, I think, an ambitious role also in the design of some of these media experiences. So I don't know, I take the 3 projects as really projects that are trying to, as students have to do, to ask very important questions about our agency as designers in the world, and more specifically about architects, trying to reclaim every opportunity to participate in, in how we are imagining and making the future. So I've enjoyed the 3 of them because they are very, very different, but in all of them there is a desire, there is almost like an urgency to expand a little bit what we do and how we work.
I mean, I was also, I think there are definitely some interesting sort of like questions and possibilities raised for the role of the architect. I think sort of also at the other end of the spectrum, there's this question of sort of like the role of the site and the very sort of like contingent presence of the site in each of the projects. And what I think is kind of interesting is that, the first project, there's really no site, there's no specific contingency. There's a logical system which is played out kind of like in perfect fidelity to those principles. The second project, there's a site, the site has a kind of like, I would say like non-deterministic relationship with the design. There's a way in which there's a dialogue, but the project itself could be taken in many, many different ways. And the city is not necessarily sort of like a strong actor in that process, although it takes part. And then in the final project, there's this, you have basically like the most contingent of all possible sites. It's like the most contingent site in history, basically. And then there's a very particular system that's responding in a very beautiful and elegant way to that extremely contingent site. And I'm kind of like left to reflect the degree to which there's sort of like pleasure and appreciation in that sort of there's sort of like feats of virtuosity in navigating that very contingent site with a very specific kind, a very kind of like defined kind of system. And I wonder what would happen, for example, if we took the first project and did a parking garage in Kowloon walled city, or we took the second project and did a sort of like park in the context of Kowloon walled city. And what I just wonder if I don't know, it speaks to me that the extent to which the curation of the site can sort of like amplify or sort of it can amplify certain projects or certain aspects of the project, or at least like direct the project along certain lines. So I think it's something in the context of a thesis that's definitely critical to consider, since you have all all possibility, all control over how you might select every part of the project. What is it that's the best site or what site is really like best suited for the aims of the project? I think it's worth considering.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think those really interesting comments. I was particularly struck by something you said, Maria, about how these projects are all sort of seeking an expanded role for the architect, and that's something similar struck me. Except I was, at least early on, I was struck by how the first project, maybe even the second project, possibly the third project, depending on how far I want to push it, almost seemed to be resigned to the architect having no role, right? What is it exactly that the architect is contributing here? If everybody can lay out parking lots, then what the hell are my interns going to do, right? I wonder, and this is maybe getting off topic a little bit, but the role of the architect, what the architect does, what the architect as a sort of statutorily defined category of professional is permitted to do in society. These are questions that I think have haunted architectural education for some time, but especially over the course of the last few decades, as the role of the architect is increasingly diminished in society. The type of project that architects are required to be involved in, or rather the type of projects that require architects' involvement, are growing fewer and fewer and fewer. And considering our current circumstances and the shit show we're all engulfed in right now, the integrated media environment I find myself in currently, I do think that questions regarding the role of the architect are especially important for us to consider. I do also think that the kind of category of project, what even comprises a project, an architectural project, is going to have to be reconsidered. And as dark as the future looks for those of you graduating from architecture school right now, I think as hopeless as it may seem, I think you all are especially well suited to consider exactly what those projects will be, what form they will take, and what role exactly architects may have in the new world we'll find ourselves in 10, 20 years down the road. So I would just like to congratulate you on jobs well done, and to encourage you to think of the future as potentially a bright one.
Yeah, and I just want to pick up on that too, but this, it comes up a lot, I think, in schools these days, about the role of the architect. And I would encourage all of you, and I feel like this kept coming up for me in all three projects, is in thinking about that, to also think about the consequences of the role of the architect, or the consequences of our designs. And in some ways, as architects, we're always operating in some kind of an environment, whether you live in the country or the city, and we're always dealing with someone else's baggage, and so that to me is a really important theme for all of you doing thesis projects and thinking about how you want to practice and what kind of architect you want to be, is to think very much about what kind of consequences your work may have and whether you're willing to live with that. The first project, to me, that's sort of what I was asking is, if it's, is it more of a kind of open source, do what you want with it kind of software that you're putting out? And if it is, what are the results of that? And would you be able to live with, without passing any judgment, if someone made a parking lot kind of like the one that Zaha Hadid made? I don't know if you know that project or looked at that project in Europe, or if someone made a parking lot that goes in front of Target or Walmart, right? And in the second project, to me, it was very much about the decision of what it means to make a park, but the kind of coupling that a park has with all kinds of other pieces in the city, whether it's housing, whether it's infrastructures associated with a fossil fuel burning vehicle that maybe is less relevant now, or maybe we're understanding that type of object differently now than we used to in the 1950s. So in a way, what will be the consequences of our design now when we're reacting to the problems of someone else's design from another time, And in the last project, some of that had to do, which I thought it was a beautiful project, had a lot to do with thinking about like, how much do we really need to design? Like, do we need to design anything at all? Like, when do we not do anything at all? When is it enough to just sort of find certain things, make certain relationships, and heighten them without actually building anything? That is also, I think, a form of design and has its own set of consequences. So I would, I think, congratulations to all of you for all your work and for finishing. And I think these are really important questions for you guys to keep thinking about as you begin your practices.
Great. I think that's a great conclusion to the first session. So I'm going to take over, and again, congratulations to all three of you. And thank you again, critics. Oops. Lost within all the windows. So just moving on to the last two projects of our group. We're coming to social sustainability and adaptive reuse. These two projects are both by M.Arch students. Ever Clinton will be presenting on social sustainability, a radically inclusive process for engaging economically divested neighborhoods. And Ryan Smirker will be reactivating the art of blending in at Carey Furness. I think it's interesting to consider both of these projects too in terms of agency, as we're looking at ways of interacting with the site and the architect's position within that. And on that note, I'm going to let Ever take over so we can just jump right into your presentation. Okay.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm going to share the screen and get started. Okay, so hello everyone, my name is Ever Clinton, and today we're going to be talking about how specifically how locally tailored engagement strategies have the potential to really increase social sustainability, specifically within financially poor neighborhoods. So the goals for today is to, or the goals for this entire project was to engage people who live within financially poor neighborhoods so that we could come up with a better definition for social sustainability, and then recreate some guidelines for our architects to then use so that we are able to design with and advocate with people who live in these neighborhoods, and then to reimagine a place that where very tailored to the ethos of the neighborhood that I started to engage with. So yes, it's all about the process. So currently, social sustainability has been designed as both an outcome and a process, really to promote well-being of the people who are occupying a specific space and to increase social cohesion. And so I really like how these definitions explicitly say that this is a process. However, it doesn't really center the voice of the user group. It doesn't center the voice of the community or the existing neighborhoods and the existing community that's coming in. Although I really appreciate it, how it's focusing on how we can come to the present to get to a really nice solution in the future. It really sort of ignores all of the past social landscapes that different identities have with one another that's really replicated within its physical environments, specifically within, economically diverse neighborhoods. And this concept is approached in like 5 different ways. So you have standalone, constraint, precondition, causal mechanism, and then a fully integrated approach. So standalone is basically saying that the 3 pillars of sustainability are acting alone in order to be successful. As a constraint, they're fighting against one another to be successful. Social sustainability as a foundation is saying that in order for economic and environmental sustainability to have success, the social portion of that has to be solid. As a causal mechanism, social doesn't have to be solid, but it gives way to economic and environmental sustainability. And then the final most desired approach is like this fully integrated, locally processed, locally rooted and processed, integration of sustainability. And it's saying that each pillar, they're working together because they understand that one may affect a different pillar in a completely different way. So I chose this area code in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It's 53206. And I chose this neighborhood specifically because it's one of the poorest area codes in Milwaukee. The annual median income is around $24,000. And that's really telling because the research center, according to the National Research Center, they say that people who make around $25,000 or less, 82% of those people do not go to engagement sessions at all. And that's really important because it's saying that the people who live in these areas are not making decisions about their physical environments simply because they cannot be there. And so currently, just thinking about where this area code is on the north side of Milwaukee, and then the surrounding context of, it is predominantly African American. You do have an annual median income of around $24,000. So there's a lot of social tensions, not only through the specific identities, but also with identities in the city at large. There's a lot of mistrust in the community. And so looking at the video, we're approaching the right, which is Milwaukee Mall. That specific site, I chose it because it's really slated to become a hotel. And I thought it was really interesting because, I mean, I used to live in the neighborhood, so I'm like, where did this idea of a hotel come from? So it turns out, you know, the Democratic National Convention was coming to Milwaukee, and they were preparing. So they wanted to do a boutique hotel, and they wanted to do a conference center, and they also wanted to do this entrepreneurial hub. However, there was a lot of coverage on what it is going to be, but there was not a lot of coverage of how the existing community then became sewn into this identity. And so that's where my interest sparked, and that's why I chose this neighborhood. So the process in itself, it was really important for me to not only understand just the context of the entire neighborhood. Even though I used to live there, there's still a level of mistrust amongst a lot of residents, and then like residents who leave and they're coming back. This neighborhood, when it comes to like a collegiate like territory, so there's a lot of social distrust going along. So my first visit, I just conducted a bunch of in-depth interviews, and the goal was to really understand how each person understood social sustainability, how they saw it in their physical environment, and how they could use their specific definition to envision a space that will actually serve their specific needs. These interviewees, they are current residents, former residents. You have a couple architects on the board, but you also have people who actually run nonprofits, who do a lot of PhD work in the area. So speaking with all of these different types of people with different types of processes so that we can come together and create a more socially sustainable physical environment. And so just moving forward with all of these interviews, one thing that really stuck and that was really repeated throughout every interview that I've done was this need to exist in the future. And this young lady, her name is Dr. Malik Liston. She's a former resident, well, no, she's a current resident in the area. She defined it as like this very Afro futuristic vibe where we exist in the future. And so being able to engage about our physical environment is saying that we have a stake in the future. And when you don't engage, you're saying that you don't belong in the future. And so she really brought this full circle. And so she really inspired my representation techniques throughout this entire thesis project. And each person, they have a different way that they define social sustainability, but the theme that comes together is everybody is working together. Everyone's on the same page. Everyone is doing, they're on the same page trying to reach the same mission, but in different ways. And so that was like the overall arching theme and just how people are involved in that process. And so basically this whole thesis was designing a whole engagement process. So my second visit, I actually went to a nonprofit within the area and conducted some engagement sessions with youth. The nonprofit is called New Life Community Resource Center. They help youth develop some professional skills, any type of skills that they would like to learn. And so we went there, and as you can see, like the goal was to attach their personal feelings to programmable spaces and really get them to understand that, you know, you have a stake in your future here in this neighborhood if you want to be here. And so the third pop-up visit was going to be my last pop-up visit, and the idea was to go out into the community and canvas around, send different types of postcards, letting people know, like, do you want to see this in your neighborhood? Do you not want to see this in your neighborhood? Getting people to talk to one another about these specific things, and really understanding just the physical space they attribute to their neighborhood. So moving from things that are intangible, like values and meaning that you associate with different physical environments, to really like putting something tangible in that space. But COVID-19 happened, so I moved everything digitally, and I created an Instagram account to really engage people who don't go outside, not even don't go outside, people who can't make it to those meetings. Some people are time poor. There are a lot of other priorities than a meeting, right? So how do we engage those people we don't see at those specific meetings? And so I've done so through Instagram, just trying to get them to really realize that I can still connect with you, even if I can't touch you. And then I've also created an online survey with the effort to connect the physical environment to what they actually really need and want in their neighborhood. Yeah, it was really fun to do those things. And so coming to my findings, I redefined social sustainability, again, with the help of the people that I've communicated with, the people that I've listened to and talked with. And we came up with social sustainability is a radically inclusive engagement process that centers the voices of its existing population with the intent for a neighborhood to continue to be a place where our social values, relationships, and dignities are seen within the physical environment. And this definition, it still needs to be reworked, but it works because it's centering the voices of the people who live in that neighborhood in a way that your intention is to reach them directly. Even if they can't visit the session, like, you still have a duty to reach them. And then as for guidelines, that was something that was really difficult because I was testing I was doing new guidelines at the same time, and it just got a bit jumbled. But 3 things that I realized that held weight throughout the entire process is that you must gain and maintain trust by actually participating in these types of environments. It's really important that the people that you are designing for, specifically with the neighborhoods where mistrust is high and they've been taken advantage by the government, you have to gain and maintain trust. You have to do so by actually getting into there and talking with them and letting them see your face, which leads to localized engagement tactics. Some people don't go to engagement sessions, so how are you going to meet them where they are? How are you going to utilize the third places within their neighborhoods to actually engage them about their neighborhood? And then showcase your progress and work. They're really excited about what we're doing. They may not understand everything the CD set, but they really like to look at CD sets. It's weird, but they really like for you to show what you're working on, because it just connects them to the process throughout the entire architectural design process. And this now leads to the actual physical space. It was really important for me to connect the outdoor environment with its existing context. So Fondy's Food Park, it's connected to Fondy's Food Market, which is an outdoor market that happens in the summer all the time. Connecting that market with the physical fresh food market that can happen year round. And then also connecting those outdoor spaces with new life as well. And so when creating these floor plans, it was really important for me to really show how the actual resident or the person that I spoke with influenced the actual floor plan. You have people who are PhDs who do have their research labs going on in the areas. You have Alice's garden where she's growing greens and things like that. Everybody can have a plot and grow their food. You have New Life that I went to. They have the youth program where the youth actually grow and cook for people. So they have their own businesses, and even like the commercial spaces are so local to the point where you do have local entrepreneurship waiting for space to be available and actively seeking those things. And then finally, you have like Shindig Cafe. One comment that Monique said is, we used to have a cafe, it's not here anymore. And it's not there anymore. So bringing them back into the community, and then also providing space for people who are there to just get work done. That's something that was really important. Some students don't have places to go to study because it's loud. So that was really important. And this is just a bigger version of the floor plan, just so that you can understand like what's actually going on in these spaces, the Afrofuturism representation, and then like also how those fabrics are actually tied into like the floor plan and the pattern. And then finally, like the section and how not only is this section of representation of like, oh yeah, the space and how people are coming together inside of that space, but it's also a connection and connection to the actual Afrofuturistic vibe of this circle is the circle of life. This circle is, it means a lot. And so to put that inside of the community and have them really communicate that, I think it's really valuable to then display that work. And so what's next? I think it's really important to start to push and pull this process. Like I said, this thesis was really about an entire process and how do I try to get it good enough. There's no right or wrong, but how do I get it good enough to actually pull and create and maintain trust within these areas? And then I want to dig deeper into the guidelines and do more and test more engagement strategies. And I want to dig deeper into the design portion of this entire project, and then replicate just the way that we're approaching social sustainability. How are we replicating that within the built environment? And last but not least, I just want to thank everyone for coming, advisors, all of the community people that I've worked with and talked to. Yeah, my thesis and studio mates. Don't know if they're out there listening, but thank you all. Oh, I should keep this up. Yes.
I just have a question. I'm curious, have you had a chance to get reactions from the community, the people that you interviewed on some of the plans that you've done and some of the alternatives you're offering?
So that was one thing that was a little bit hard because the same people that I'm interacting with online are not the same people who I'm interacting with like in person. So I've been sending images of like the interviews. I've been sending those to the people who I've spoken with. I've been sending the floor plan, like these types of things back to New Life. They actually really appreciate me coming back and doing these types of engagement sessions. And I have not received word about how they reacted to it, but the one thing I like about this image is that you can see like real-time life reactions. You could see where there may be a mistrust happening versus a person they trust a lot and how they're engaging. I think it's really important to then document those things. And so as far as getting specific feedback for the plan, I know Monique, she gave me specific feedback about like the research center and then connecting it, the fresh food market to Fondy's food market across the street and how those play with one another. And I know this person that I spoke with, she said that you really have to make this an educational space, and that she appreciated the transparency between a lot of things because you like to see what's going on in the building. So from those two people, yes, but from a lot of other people that I've communicated with, no. I wish, but.
Okay, and then another quick question, just so I understand, is the site that you're looking at, I think you mentioned this in your presentation, that there are currently plans to make it into a boutique hotel. Is that the same site? Or yeah, it is, right? And do you know what's going on with that? Are those moving forward still, or?
So from what I've read online, the developer they're trying to move forward with it, but it won't be fair for the DNC. They've received funding for it. They have to receive more funding for it just to, get it started and those things, but and cover construction costs, but they're still in the process of gathering funding for this. So my intent was to just put this out into the world so that they see like, okay, the value of, pulling in the community so that when they're moving forward with the plans, they actually start to do these types of things. That was my intent. But for the project, yeah, they were supposed to do construction this semester, but yeah, it didn't happen yet.
I find this a really interesting project, especially sort of like in the context of the discussion that we're kind of already having about the role of the architect. And, in particular for this project, you obviously like take on the role of the architect proper, and then you're also sort of like developing, really kind of like reconceiving this engagement process. And one of the things that kind of struck me, especially as you were talking about the kind of like time scale that's involved with sort of like gaining trust and developing relationships that are kind of like foundational to this kind of process, is, if that part of the role that you've taken on in this project, where do you think that would best live kind of in the kind of like current world? I guess what I mean by that is, would you propose that the kind of engagement that you develop for this project would be best done by an architect that's working on the project, or would it best be done by a developer, or have a developer sort of like required to do that, or would it be best done by the government provides that kind of service to developers, or a third party, a kind of like nonprofit who is kind of like an honest broker and sort of like developing those relationships and sort of like persist in the community. I mean, I think it's really great work. I think that's one thing I'm curious about, like where you think that kind of work could be most impactful, and where it would fit best.
I really like that question. So I feel like the two spaces in which this type of process would be most impactful, I would say the architect and like the people who are on the ground inside of the neighborhood. And I know that's a lot of people, like nonprofit could be doing that, like a grocery store could be doing that. And I know that's the large landscape. But the thing is, I'm aspiring to be an architect, so I'm sort of biased, like, oh yeah, we most impactful as an architect, depending on what you value in the architectural process. But like nonprofits, specifically for this community, there's a split between what it means to be a community and what it means to be a neighborhood. So not one, but two of the interviewees that I spoke with, they said that the community consists of like nonprofits, like people who come to our neighborhood to do work. But the people who are considered in a neighborhood, Rodney. So I wouldn't even now that I'm recapping all of this, I wouldn't put that responsibility on the nonprofit, only because within this specific community, they're trying, but they're still not identifying like the root causes of a lot of issues that go on in the neighborhood. And so that's why you have, when you're going to these engagement sessions, you may have like a person saying like, this is what we want for our space, but that person doesn't even talk to the other person like 3 blocks down. So like, how can you speak for all of us if you don't say hi to me? So I would say the most impactful space that this would be in, I feel like the people who are actually in the neighborhood. And that's the whole point of going out and talking to people. I know that's like sometimes weird. You just go and just ask questions because but the more that you ask those questions, the more that you put yourself in that physical space, whether you are the architect or the developer or the nonprofit director, then that ultimately is one of the ways to build the trust, because we see you here, and we see you being human at this point and asking us these types of questions, and we can feel what you're saying. We can feel your intentions behind your recommendations. And so, yeah, I would say most impactful would be somebody who's out there on the ground, and they may not have like a formal title, but they're there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really interesting for you. I think it's a really interesting project to kind of think about how you might cultivate or identify or sort of like, determine who those people could be. And then sort of, because you spend a lot of time developing a framework that would be useful to them. And there's a process of kind of like communicating that to them and sort of like, beginning to say, look, this is a way that you could take your community forward. So it's interesting because it's partially this intellectual project about developing that framework, but it's very much about also kind of like identifying those connections in the community that can begin to take the project forward and take it beyond kind of where you've taken it. So yeah, it's really interesting as a process.
I want to build a little bit on that because I think it's a very interesting project, but I want to challenge you to go even further, right? Because at this very moment, you are in this small window in your life in which, you are in an academic environment, and I feel like you can be more critical. What is happening right now in many of these projects is that developers come, in many cases answering an RFP, they have to put together a team, and they are very savvy. They immediately hire local consultants that are embedded in the community that have some legitimacy, and they do a little bit of engagement, meaning people sitting together. More than engagement are just meetings, but it's enough for them to check the box, right? And then community engage. And in many cases, what is happening is that, we see all this incredible local knowledge being poorly articulated to serve one specific project. It's not a continuous engagement process, as you are claiming, that needs to be able to build what I think you are trying to do at the beginning by calling social sustainability radical, inclusive, and intersectional. This is not about responding to one project. This is about being able to truly engage, across many different neighborhood members that may feel disengaged and not well represented, and do so through a combination of many different activities. And, media may be one, but in many of these communities, you are also dealing with a huge digital divide because many residents don't have access to internet. So don't be surprised if you are not getting as much as you were anticipating. So, these are some of the things that I would like you to reflect a little bit more critically, right? I mean, what is the stake? What you call it? Because I don't think it's that sustainability needs to be a radically inclusive civic engagement project. Radical is one thing in your title, inclusive is one thing, and intersectional is one thing. And I wonder, what is at stake right now that you are critiquing, like really, really critiquing? And then, what are the opportunities in which you can develop something, larger than how to respond to just one project, but actually how to build a different sense of, citizenship mindset, I don't know. And then I want to invite you to look a little bit at, you are talking about participant observation as one approach. I would like you to look at participatory action research. I think you are going to engage because it's slightly different, and it's asking, for the researcher to be more engaged than just observing. It's literally growing the project and, in a way, inserting yourself in a process much more than just observing what's going on and taking notes. This is about, truly being part of the research questions and how you are answering them. And then, more broadly, to try to, I would argue, question a little bit, what are some of the, what are some of the things that you see here? Why, when you are calling it intersectional and inclusive and radical, it means that you are noting a specific identities to be marginalized. And I would like your project to be much more affirmative in, what needs to happen for those very identities to feel represented and to feel more engaged in the process. Not that just by doing one thing, everybody's going to engage. No, what are you observing that requires a specific action? And then how can you create that call? Because now you have the time to do a very, very thorough reflection. Once you are out in practice, you just need to run. You know what I mean? Because there is no time. And if you really want to jump on these kinds of opportunities, it's less about reflecting on how you are doing things and, more on how you are trying to respond. So I wonder if the project may have more of that critical bite, because I think you have a thorough knowledge on some of the issues that you are describing here, but I feel like there is not yet, enough of a tune-up on, what needs to happen for this process to be radical, and there is some hints on some of the characters that you are, popping up in your research, and we see even an ambitious to talk about aesthetics and, something that I think is thoroughly important for you as a designer, but I would like a little bit more of that critical teeth now that you are in academia and you can afford it.
Okay, so just listening to just all of the knowledge you've been giving in this short of time. The reason why I chose those specific 3 words is because intersectionality is not just only about how I'm a woman and I'm a Black woman. It's more about like the institutionalized structures that prevent you specifically because you are a part of those identities. And that's why I use intersectional civic, because it has to, you can't ask the oppressed to provide us a solution to something that, the oppressor created. That's kind of weird and uncomfortable. And then also civic, what are these? Civic, radical, because this, even though it's in the beginning stage, the very nature of you involving people who are not typically involved is radical in itself. It's very political in itself, because now not only are you breaking down a lot of racial barriers, you're also breaking down a lot of classist barriers. You're breaking different types of barriers because you may see me as other and I may see you as weird, those types of those things. So I feel like when we hit those types of social issues, and then we also think about how our architecture and how our neighborhoods and legislation and policy actually affect the way those things are actually built and operating. And so that's why I went to those 3 words, civic, radical, and wait, no, I think I changed those words, but 4. So civic, radical, inclusive, and then also intersectional. So that's why I use those words. And the things that I want to critique the most is the ways in which a lot of things happen in silos. So if we're, architecture never happens by yourself. We all know that, but that's a very utopian knowledge. It's a utopian point of view because it's only looking at, like who has the most money. Yeah, we don't have, but it's not about not having time. It's about making time for these things and showing up for these different types of social issues, specifically within our physical environments. And so it's for me as an architect, if I'm supposed to be this person to uphold the health and well-being of the people that I'm designing for, why am I using a process that's only favoring towards people who I could get to? Like, how am I connecting to the people that I can't get to? And that's what I'm really trying to critique.
Totally like that. So I'm gonna add 2 more words. Insurgent citizenship. Look at that, because I think you are gonna like it. In the way in which, you need to recognize what is already there in the community, and part of your agency as an architect here is to engage in a continuous process of citizens shaping themselves around claims, because you are working with communities that are a little bit outside of, the normal route of capital being deployed in communities, or public services being deployed. So there is something about building awareness that is critical in the project.
Yeah, I think that's very well put. I think this is a really fascinating and very beautiful project too. I think this notion of continuity or continuousness in the process is incredibly important. A lot of the metaphors that we deploy when discussing kind of projects and processes like these, the grassroots efforts are organic in nature. And I think you are talking about not just kind of, not constructing community, but really kind of growing a certain type of community, a community in which sort of design and development professionals are kind of part of the conversation with neighborhood residents, community members, and citizens. And I think, you start to get this notion of the kind of engagement meeting or the kind of design charrette, as you kind of implied, and I think Maria reinforced, a lot of times these are just kind of pro forma boxes that, they get checked, people come in, they've done their community engagement, But that always happens when the sort of project and let's say, let's be honest, the kind of capital supporting behind that project are already more or less defined and in place. And I think what you're really talking about is the necessity for a kind of community or culture to precede this sort of project. And I think the sort of issues that you've confronted in trying to engage with members of this community and kind of bring them into the conversation, allow them to become active participants in the sort of design and development process. They're problems that people face, all over the country, all over the world. And I think that you can think outside the box a little bit. Clearly, you need community and neighborhood involvement, or citizens involvement, as it were. And there are certain ways that people are have already kind of succeeded in bringing people into the fold. It's not enough just to kind of find a space in the neighborhood and invite people and make sure they all hear about it. You've got to provide childcare. You've got to reimburse people for transportation. There are all kinds of obstacles facing most people with jobs and children, especially in urban neighborhoods like this one, that simply don't, aren't faced by people in sort of wealthier parts of the city, or even not so wealthy parts of the city, right? So I think it's important to think a little bit outside of the box, and even sort of outside the neighborhood. If this is a project which has enough money behind it to kind of pay design professionals to rent a space, to provide supplies for a design charrette, surely you can throw everybody who shows up $10, $15 to reimburse them for transportation. Surely you can pay everybody, $20, or provide childcare, provide on-site childcare for these things. These are all really important moves that we can make. A lot of the work that you're proposing here resonates very strongly with me. Annika and I both work for the Yale Urban Design Workshop, which is a little community design center here in New Haven. And they've been around since the 90s, doing work mostly in New Haven, Bridgeport, and other Connecticut cities, in inner city neighborhoods, just like this one. But it's important to note that the workshop itself, didn't appear and go looking for projects. The Dwight neighborhood in New Haven formed a central management team in the 1970s or 1980s to kind of take control of some of the issues facing New Haven neighborhoods in light of the kind of crisis years of the 80s and early 90s. The central management team in Dwight said, well, look, we need an executive arm, something that's going to actually go get this stuff done. And they founded a neighborhood development corporation. It was only after the development corporation was founded, really, that the workshop came into being as a kind of collaborator in the development of a neighborhood plan. That neighborhood plan took years to develop, was developed in collaboration with City Hall in New Haven, and eventually identified a few categories of project that the neighborhood needed to see completed. Then the development corporation was able to raise money for these types of projects. And then finally, they did their first project, which was a community center attached to a local elementary school where people could have neighborhood meetings, right? So it was all about developing a kind of culture and a culture of community within which specific projects could emerge. Bringing a kind of specific development project to the table and saying, like, look, what's it going to look like? Please contribute. At that point, a number of decisions have already been made. I think what's really fascinating about your project is it recognizes the importance for a kind of organic or common ground, sort of organically considered, which brings me to the sort of, the aesthetic emphasis on your project, which I think is really, really potentially fascinating and potentially very kind of fruitful and productive arena for you to continue thinking about this, right? I don't think we can start with a convention center. We can't start with a hotel. We can't start with a kind of large scale project, but you might be able to start with a small neighborhood park. You might be able to start with a kind of public art project based on a kind of reading of neighborhood history. You might be able to start with something very small, which could become a seed, which would then sort of grow into a richer kind of ecosystem of projects, which have involved from the start members of the community as stakeholders and participants. In any case, I think it's a very, very interesting and very important project.
Yeah, also, I think Andrew mentioned this earlier about how this really picks up on what we were just talking about the role of the architect or the potential role of the architect. You're really starting to sort of define that for yourself. And I agree with a lot of the comments that were made. I'm wondering if you can even, if you were to go, I mean, I would encourage you to go further with this and think even more precisely in the role that you would want to play, right? Because in terms of like you specifically, right, you ever like the role, you know, that you would play here, and what that has to do with, because I think there's a difference between like getting people to participate in things and getting people to care about things, right? And you know, what role do you want to play in that? And because it could be something where you become a kind of community organizer who happens to have an expertise in architecture. So you're sort of the advocate for the community from the lens of the skills that you have as an architect. But another thing might be, and I was looking at the kind of materials that you generated, and you know, when we're talking about the role of the architect, and even the kind of how that impacts other things, like even representation, right? Like that. I like the fact that you created an Instagram account, and then you also organized a meeting, and then you know, maybe there's some drawings that you did. You know, what are all the other, given your sort of general design education, what's all the other kind of media that you might be able to generate? Short films and videos, and you know, harnessing local talent to make things that maybe you can't make or aren't as good at making, you know, but you're the kind of mastermind behind it, in order to get people to care, you know. I mean, organizing something in the community where, you know, there's this kind of weekly movie night, but the movies that you're showing are planting seeds in the community about what happens in certain kinds of development situations, you know, when certain kinds of projects are allowed to happen and they go awry. And, you know, so I feel like even when you think about representation, typically as architects, we think, you know, the first thing that comes to mind are like drawings and models, right? And you know, a typical sort of constituency might be the client who's paying us or the builder who's going to build it, right? That's who we're making these drawings and models for. But for you, you're engaging something and someone else. And so even like thinking much broader about the kind of representations that are needed to really connect with someone, you know, because you'll be able to connect with a certain group of people through Instagram, but with another group through a simple pamphlet, and through yet another through a short movie or a film or something, you know. So I think what you're really onto something. I would encourage you to keep doing it and think more precisely about what would give you kind of most gratification, you know, in how you apply your education and your expertise. Yeah.
If I could add on a bit, and then I have to come clean here. Ever and I go back a long way, many years. Back when she was a freshman in architecture. And you know, there's a book by Sharon Sutton, who used to teach at Michigan, and then she was at Washington. It's called When the Ivory Towers Were Black. And she talks about how when she was involved in architecture school at Columbia in the 60s, the professors were really interested all of a sudden in socially impactful projects. And she described how she and the very few minority students who were from New York City ended up being the leaders in the class because they understood the city, understood the neighborhoods. And Ever was in one of my classes that dealt with nonprofit organizations in the city of Milwaukee, and Ever provided the kind of leadership that Sharon Sutton described. She knew the city, she knew the nonprofits, she knew the buildings, and for most of the students who are from other parts of Wisconsin, really hadn't yet to explore the city. She was really very impactful for that. And so, you know, so for me, it's a little bit like, okay, here's somebody who's now gone on to, get her master's degree and is still focusing on community engagement and all that. It's like, well, this is awesome to see. And the one thing that I would say is that, as the platform that academia provides it has its limitations, right? Because we end up wanting to try to master a theory, in this case, this idea of a definition of social sustainability. And what often happens is that we understand the theory, but we don't use it as leverage to really understand the phenomenon that we're trying to get at. So I would say that's something to be thinking about. And I think it goes back to what everybody's just described, which is, and what we're seeing is, what's the role of the architect? But one of the components of the theory is that you've talked about is the economic one. And I know that that's a difficult one, especially in this neighborhood. And I think maybe just for a little bit more context for people, in the entire state of Wisconsin, and I'm talking about the history of the state of Wisconsin, there have been 8 licensed African-American architects. Just 8. The last one you had up on the screen, Nick Robinson, who was a former student, and that was maybe 6 years ago when he became licensed. Well, I think that Nick represents, along with a few other younger architects and younger developers in the city, that I wonder if that's more of that's sort of where the economic push needs to come from. This semester, I had my students listen to Reuben Hopkins, the president of the Milwaukee Black Chamber of Commerce. And he was very clear about the importance of Black entrepreneurship, that Black entrepreneurs are going to provide jobs for Black people in their neighborhoods. That hotel, they did pull a building permit for it. Who knows, maybe the convention will be here 4 years from now and that can do it. So that's actually going to, I think it's going forward. I think one other person that came into my class this past year, Anthony Kesey, he's a engineer, but he's also he's a developer. Yeah. He came into my class and he said to all of my students, and he just looked them straight in the eye and he said, "You're all developers." And I thought, I've never heard anybody say that to students, to my students. And it made me really think about we always argue in our school about whether or not thesis is worth it or not. And it made me realize that, every time a student proposes a project, they're acting as a developer. What Nick has told me is that architects know how to do everything except the development part. And I wonder if that's actually not the next area for you to start to pursue, which is to understand, I know you know the nonprofit sector very, very well, but the kinds of entrepreneurs that are out there, the people behind Coffee Makes You Black, the people that are out there, the Nick Robinsons and the Anthony Keseys, and the people that are really part of the neighborhood. And I don't know if you're planning to come back to Milwaukee, but I think that it's really important we need to cultivate that kind of Black entrepreneurship. It's a totally different take, and I'm not sure if you're entirely comfortable with it, but it's a different lens to begin to apply and to mix it up.
Great. So on that note, I think we're going to move on to the next presenter, but we can circle back with additional kind of broader questions and comments with both groups as we wrap up session 2. So Ryan, I'm going to have you jump in here. And thank you again, Ever, for a beautiful presentation, and thank you to the critics for great comments.
All right, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, so I think I am the last person to present this year for the entire school, probably. So I just want to thank everybody involved. Heather, Sarah, Kai, Jeremy, Josh, Jonathan, and the student officers as well. And as well as my personal instructors, and Ron Baraff, of Rivers of Steel. And as well as the guest critics today and as well as yesterday, thank you for your time and insight. My thesis is focused on adaptive reuse of post-industrial structures. On a global level, I'm concerned with how a new built space fits into a post-industrial site and how it juggles aesthetics, new programs, and conflicting opinions on how to honor its inherited history and identity. On a local level, I've chosen the Cary Furnace in Rankin, Pennsylvania as a case study. The furnace is owned and operated by local nonprofit Rivers of Steel, who has done a tremendous job stabilizing the structure. Over the last 20 years, Rivers of Steel has grown a variety of community engagement, arts, and history programs that operate on site. My work envisions a system of built environments that build upon what Rivers of Steel has established. Operating within the site's duality of art and history, I aim to start a conversation about taking the development of the Cary Furnace to the next stage.
Hey, Ryan, are you intentionally not showing us anything?
Oh, I'm about to show, so buckle in.
Just because we are visual animals, you know?
You'll be sorry you asked for that. All right. Hang on 1 minute, I just have to share my audio.
Hello everyone, my name is Ryan Smirker, presenting my thesis, Activating the Abandoned, the Art of Blending in a Cary Furnace. Former industrial structures that are integral to Pittsburgh's image, history, and future identity are being erased from the landscape. As a city who was once the largest steel producer in the world steadily shifts its sights towards healthcare and technology, new development continues to swallow precious riverfront real estate. Often, this land is or was home to post-industrial structures that now lay in various states of disuse, awaiting their fate. Reuse of such structures is hindered by questions regarding stabilization and upkeep barriers, logistical issues, liability, and lack of financial backing. Categorically, large-scale development entities express initial interest and development vision, yet fall back over time as aforementioned barriers to development reveal themselves. This pattern of disinvestment in post-industrial sites is seen worldwide and represents the common challenges in top-down reclamation of post-industrial sites. This thesis is focused on the Cary Furnace, a local abandoned blast furnace in Rankin, Pennsylvania, and proposes a system of built intervention for the adaptive reuse of post-industrial sites that have fallen into disrepair. The Cary Furnace, located along the Monongahela River, is owned and operated as a National Historic Landmark by the local nonprofit entity, Rivers of Steel. Aside from its steelmaking history, Cary has also had a more recent history as a host of site-based and installation artwork. Since the site's last day of operation in 1982, local artists have begun to reclaim the furnace through graffiti, sculpture, photography, and more. Under the supervision of Rivers of Steel, the remnants of Cary's powerful industrial past are now being infused with a radical new purpose as a home for guerrilla and cultural arts. While Rivers of Steel operates the Cary Furnace as a National Historic Landmark, historically oriented events such as tours, classes, and archives are run alongside a multitude of site-based art programs and performance events. Here, historical significance is valued as an equal to the region's cultural and guerrilla art scene. This unlikely duo of powerful industrial history alongside lively guerrilla artwork makes for a dynamic set of programmatic needs and a bright future for the Cary Furnace. Utilizing this duality as a lens, this thesis proposes a three-part architectural system that positions itself between the worlds of history and vibrant alternative art. Each part of this system is designed within this duality, but is also influenced by the programmatic and aesthetic needs of its immediate location. However, all three parts of the architectural system follow a basic set of guidelines that unite them. The first, construction can only take place according to the pre- and post-1936 contributing structure label as a result of the National Historic Landmark designation. Second, all built space must support on-site programs, events, and community engagement, including graffiti, and provide built space for expansion and operation of additional programs. Last, all built space must ensure that the historic appearance of the pre-1936 furnace structure itself remains unchanged as viewed from the outside. The first architectural type that I'm going to talk about is the building within a building. This technique looks at the large warehouse structures that are left on site, the blower engine house, and the AC powerhouse. If we recall the first guideline, we remember the mention of the designation of contributing versus non-contributing structure. These two buildings, because they were constructed post-1936, are designated as non-contributing, which means that I can alter them as I wish. That being said, I think the greatest quality of these structures are the historical significance and beauty. Aesthetically, they are worn and weathered brick ruins with scars and stories to tell. The AC powerhouse provides over 350 feet of usable space as the larger of the two buildings. In the rear of this two-level building, Rivers of Steel has already set up a fabrication and maintenance space that it operates out of. In addition, the powerhouse hosts a number of different programs such as weddings, ceremonies, art exhibitions, workshops, and more, all that make use of the expansive covered space. At the moment, all of these programs function without running water and without the possibility of subdivision of space. For these reasons, I am proposing to implement a smaller structure within the powerhouse to serve as a utility core and a threshold within the large interior space. Not only will this building within a building better support current programs, it will entice new ones to utilize the improved space. Improving the function of the powerhouse with a new core building is a simple suggestion. However, the true challenge lies in how to aesthetically and formally design the new core. The most unique detail of the powerhouse is how it has been reclaimed over the years by graffiti artists. As a new type of aesthetic, in addition to the brick and rusted steel, the graffiti adds a new breath of life to the space. Today, graffiti artists are invited in and encouraged to utilize the powerhouse as their canvas. Within this beautiful ruin, bright new art is juxtaposed against the rust and history, creating a wild, aesthetic collage. To react to this dominating characteristic of the powerhouse, I am proposing the use of mirrors as a facade on the new core. The effort here is to reflect the bright graffitied interior of the space as a way to amplify the activities and art taking place within it. As the facade of the core fades away, it lessens its impact on the host building that it inhabits and pushes focus towards this unique space. This design is not meant to be a statement on preservation of the structure it inhabits, but rather it is reflecting and amplifying what has been done already within the powerhouse by artists and Rivers of Steel. Towards the front of the powerhouse, I am attempting to embrace the idea of the furnace as a beautiful ruin in an overgrown state by bringing the outdoors into this expansive space. The lower level of the building will be open to the outside, with new windows, skylights, and a glass curtain wall to help allow light in some elements inside. This introduction of vegetation to the interior of the building helps link the space to the overgrown sculpture garden that surrounds it. The overgrown lower level contrasts to the concrete and brick upper level that provides space for more large-scale or refined events. To further divide the space, the mirrored facade of the core building serves as a threshold between the refined space and the fabrication space behind it. Now, within the powerhouse, we have old meeting new, outdoors meeting indoors, overgrown meeting controlled, and art meeting history. The second developed as part of the three-part architectural system is the design of an outbuilding to fill the future needs of Rivers of Steel as operations at the Cary furnace grow. Here, we move over to the western edge of the site where a vast open field provides a distant view of the blast furnace. By placing the outbuilding here, the goal is to create a space and room for new programs separate from the industrial structure. To remain sensitive to the industrial site's historic appearance, the outbuilding draws materials, form, and graffiti from the nearby ore retaining walls as a form of camouflage. The idea is to treat the new outbuilding's facade the same way that the ore retaining walls have been treated, as a canvas to graffiti. Where the mirrored core building reflected artwork, art is actually the facade of this building. Though abnormal at first glance, graffiti as an aesthetic is seen throughout the site and will not stand out. Functionally, the graffitied retaining walls that act as the exterior of the building will extend along the site's western edge to hold back 6 feet of topsoil that is being added to the adjacent lot. So, not only are these exterior walls acting as camouflage, but they're also helping to transition the terrain between these two sites. The outbuilding will serve as a visitor center, gallery space, education space, cafe, and place to gather to enjoy the site. The building is sunken into the earth between the Cary furnace site and the adjacent lot, with the cut soil pulled up and over top to create a green roof. The roof can be accessed by an ADA ramp, stairs, or by simply walking from the adjacent lot through the grass. Inside, the wall facing the furnace is to act similarly to a bird blind, allowing visitors to see out, but avoiding being seen by those at the furnace. A perforated metal screen system is integrated with the concrete retaining wall, both of which are to be graffitied. From the inside, the screen provides shade, a curious view, and concealment. When graffiti is applied to both the concrete and the metal screen, the artist effectively blurs a transition between these two materials by way of disruptive coloration. The building and viewers inside are hiding in plain sight. Of course, once someone walks far enough around the structure or goes inside, its cover is blown, but that's besides the point. The outbuilding is to take on the form the ideas of cladding that are found elsewhere on site so that it blends in just enough. Its positioning angles play to this idea, yet expose the building as a visitor center when approached from off angles. The final programmatic element that this building supports is work and maintenance space that is meant to help general site function, as well as provide an area for site-based artists to call home. From here, we move on to the last of the three architectural types. The third architectural type at the Carey furnace loops back to one of the first forms of reclamation that was seen on site after it closed down its iron-making functions. The Carey Deer, a beloved yet illegal sculpture, was created under the cover of darkness by the Industrial Arts Co-op, a team of artists who express themselves through guerrilla art tactics. This icon of the Carey furnace site represents the beginnings of what is now a vibrant and legal guerrilla art scene that brings new life and programs to the site. For the third architectural type, I propose the creation of large-scale site-based art forms to be used as place-making artifacts. The Carey furnace has a need for objects such as pavilions, waypoints, or other alternative shelter to denote different spaces throughout the furnace complex. Such structures would help to define space, especially in areas such as the vast ore fields during a large-scale gathering. Given the history of site-based art, and Rivers of Steel's embrace of arts such as graffiti, sculpture, and hot metal, the possibility to further develop and reclaim the site through art seems exciting. Maybe different artists are selected each year to create a new waypoint as outdoor programs develop. For instance, if a new dock is needed to connect Rivers of Steel's boat tour to the Carey furnace, is there an opportunity for a large-scale metal sculpture to serve as an industrial marker? Could shelters made from recycled industrial scraps be commissioned to create a place to seek refuge during a rainy day? Rather than setting up tents, could vendors occupy large metal forms that were created by an entity such as Industrial Arts Co-op? When self-guided tours are available, could visitors make their way to each new industrial form as a sort of industrial site map? Given the large physical size and vast expansiveness of the site, the use of industrial follies would fuel the future of site-based art at the Carey furnace without disrupting its historic appearance. The relationship between Rivers of Steel and local artists would grow even further than it already has, and would provide a new mechanism to organize and sculpt the site with. In addition, these new follies would melt with the assortment of industrial leavings that we already see on site. With these three architectural types, it is my hope to fuel the ongoing preservation and development efforts at the Carey furnace. It is a unique opportunity to design between the vastly different worlds of history and guerrilla artwork, and I believe that it is possible through careful consideration of form, aesthetics, and program to respect the historic past of this site while providing for its artful future.
All right. So with that, I open it up to discussion.
Thank you, Ryan. I have a couple of questions. First, to commend you on a beautifully represented project. So I think the images are very evocative, and I think they convey some of the ambitions of the project. It's such a strong project that I'm gonna challenge it a little bit so that we can have a little bit of a juicy conversation. So some of the spaces that you are creating feel incredibly sanitized, and then you keep bringing the guerrilla, component of it, almost like if those two can coexist. As a designer, I would like to imagine how do you feel, keeping control versus losing control. how can you truly engage that not everything in this place may be so tightly curated that you may actually, you know, uninvite some of the existing users, right? This site, I don't know enough, but I can imagine it may have an interesting ecosystem of, you know, artists and visitors and consumers, and you know, they may be happening with a level of freedom in their interactions and their routines and their choreographies that your project may be challenging. So I would like to know, how do you imagine not losing a little bit of that? Part of my critique comes a little bit with the entourage that you are using. As of now, your project is very wide. And you know, part of what you want to imagine is other kinds of inhabitants, of occupants. As of now, if I'm a Latino, if I'm an African American, I don't see myself represented in the project as you are rendering it. And the same, if I'm maybe one of the species that may be populating the area, I cannot see myself represented. Not they are gonna care, but you know, I wanna think a little bit more on how your representations may talk a little bit about a more inclusive design that may render for unexpected encounters and unexpected uses and unexpected, you know, programs, even events, instead of, you know, things being too tightly curated. That's, you know, one of my challenging points. And then the second is a little bit, this is not to challenge. I think this is a beautiful project, and I would like to imagine that you are testing an idea here that could actually be replicated in other places. So what is at stake? Why these projects are not happening in the US with the same robustness and exuberance that we see some of these projects happening in Germany? And we know the answer, but what it is your invention there, right? What, you know, what do you need to bring together for projects that in Germany are being funded by 7 levels of the government to still happen here in the States, when we know these are philanthropic projects, these are, you know, privately funded projects at its best? So what do you think you need to bring as an innovation in your project to make possible here these types of projects that we love so much, but that don't seem to be possible today? And again, congratulations. I'm fascinated by your project.
Thanks. Okay, so let's see. As far as planning or kind of designing for alternative uses, actually, let me share my Miro board here. So basically, kind of where I started with this whole thesis was my thought was to design a kind of a system, a series of 3 different types of architecture that try to grapple with kind of the vast scale of this project, and also the diverse set of programs that are on site already. So as we saw, there's, you know, a vast array of different you know, art programs, community outreach programs, kind of you name it, it can happen here, weddings, everything. And so, you know, I was looking at the different spaces and figured, you know, we can make use of a covered space, you know, of a building within a building. And then kind of that context that you create there is very kind of involved with the building. It's a little, you know, a little dirty. It's kind of made better based on the aesthetics of the actual building itself. You know, you're kind of in there for the graffiti, you're in there for the kind of rust and kind of the feeling of being in the space. And so I kind of inserted the small core building within that to provide function to that, because there's no running water, there's no space for a caterer to set up and, you know, cook for a wedding, there's no restrooms, you know, etc. And so my idea was to insert a small core building kind of in relation to the overall size of this, to basically serve that space and leave the rest of it open as it is. So in that way, I don't think that I'm really telling the users what they should or should not do, just providing function to it, increased function, I would say.
One of those moments in which I challenge you to that, you see this moment in which we see the interior of the building, and we see that all the graffitis have the exact same location and the exact same perimeter. Those graffitis are behaving so politely, when, you know, graffitis are about, you know, radical expression and, you know, occupying beyond. So this is one of those moments that I refer to when I say, you know, a little bit aseptic. It's like, you know, everything seems is going to be behaving according to plan. And I'm, you know, I wonder what are the moments in which you will loosen up a little bit, this, you know, this.
Yeah, I mean, that issue is literally just a limitation of the visual program I'm using. So of course I would love to have a graffiti, really drastic, radical, you know, aesthetic on the walls. But that's not the reality I'm dealing with, you know, unfortunately. But I mean, that's the whole point of the mirror. The mirror facade is to say, hey, I'm not the one kind of creating this space and what the vibrancy and really the character of it. I want to amplify it, you know, I want to celebrate it. And so that's kind of the whole point of the mirror facade.
I think there's actually quite a lot of possibility for the kind of like unforeseen or sort of like, I don't know, kind of like provocative future for this space with these sort of like temporary pavilions, and especially this idea that there are some tracks. So that, are there existing tracks on the site that you would repurpose for that, or?
You know, that's something I've been grappling with the entire semester. There are some tracks. There's not tracks out in the field, like I've shown. That's kind of an imagination, you know, if we reintroduce those, how could we possibly transport these structures, these sculptures that weigh multiple tons, you know, theoretically.
But it wouldn't be out of place. Those things existed there at some point. And so I think it's a really interesting way of sort of like bringing a very light touch to an intervention and then proposing a kind of like recoding, or maybe again, that word hacking of the site. And so for me, those are the moments which create sort of like the most open possibility. I kind of, you know, I agree that it's a beautifully represented project. And I don't think that those kind of like those sort of like open or provocative moments are neglected. I just think they're sort of like concentrated in a way in those pavilions. So I think, you know, if anything, there's an opportunity to think a little bit more kind of like speculatively about what that kind of intervention might bring. Also the kinds of events that might be precipitated from it, or that it might enable. I think that there's also kind of like this intersection with like urban exploration, and maybe things like drone tourism and things like that could be really interesting for that kind of like enormous structure. I think that's something which I know from a preservation point of view is sort of important, but I'd be really curious to see what's inside of that and sort of like cut into that and see if there's some way to kind of engage it. I know it's like somewhat outside of the scope of the project, but I think there are other, you know, there could be some really interesting ways to engage that with the rail lines and really recode the site as something which is always dynamic, always changing, and really sort of takes forward essentially the spirit of the art that currently exists there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I guess that's kind of the open-ended portion of my project, is to say, you know, as an architect, I kind of have to draw the line somewhere, and then from here, how can we kind of plant a seed that could be grown into, you know, every year someone comes in and sculpts this new structure that's added to the rest and added to the site, and further helps, you know, develop it.
Yeah, I think, you know, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, sorry, go ahead.
All right, yeah, Ryan, I think I agree with the previous comments. I think it's a beautiful project. Really sort of fascinating, you know, just terribly provocative. Considering how provocative it is, I think you do take a really light touch here, and I think you could afford to be significantly more heavy-handed in the way you, in the manner of your intervention. There's so much here that reminds me of Robert Smithson's work. I don't know if you looked at Smithson in the context over the course of this process, but you know, what Andrew described as a kind of ever-changing, ever-dynamic place, highly reminiscent of Smithson's essay on Frederick Law Olmsted and the dialectical landscape, where he insists that, you know, no site is a blank slate. There's a history to be mined. That history is a dynamic and indeed a dialectical process that proceeds by way of kind of opposition, reversal, synthesis, etc. And you know, I think the approach he took, well, in a number of his projects, but I think most prominently and kind of popularly the Spiral Jetty, was one which is very kind of based in a sort of close reading, a close, creative, and speculative reading of place, of site as place. So you're familiar with the jetty, right? A lot of people don't realize that its form refers to a kind of myth, that there was a vortex at the center of the Great Salt Lake that drained the Pacific Ocean, that its location specifically in this specific place on the edge of the Great Salt Lake was due to the presence there of a certain salt-tolerant algae, which was red in color and which for Smithson was evocative of a sort of common collective memory of our common history in the great primordial sea, right? The sort of proximity to salt is what defines, continues to define the human circulatory system. So I think you could dig deeper, you could reach further, and you could be much more heavy-handed in your intervention, especially with this kind of warehouse building, right? Which, as you say, is not a contributing structure. It's not legally protected. You could do whatever you want, and I think you could dig deeper, both literally and figuratively. The question was raised as to whether or not there are tracks here. Maybe there are. Even if there aren't, you should put some there, right? Evoking the memory of the kind of use here. And then, Maria raised the sort of question of, why countries like Germany are better at this. And, state funding for the arts is a big reason. But, the clear precedent for this project in Germany is the Landschaftspark Duisburg Nord, which reclaims a kind of similar post-industrial landscape. And I would argue that one of the reasons that project has been so successful, one of the reasons the German government was so supportive of it is not just because they're generally supportive of the arts, but because the Ruhr River Valley occupies such a place of prominence and privilege in the German cultural imagination. And I think Pittsburgh is one of those places in America too, where industry, the history and the memory of a kind of industrial culture still serves to define a community. So I think, again, I think, the mirrors too are, right out of Smithson. The sort of outbuilding you did, which for me is the most successful part of the project, is kind of classic light touch, but you've operated in a very sort of Smithsonian manner. You've created a new wall, which looks like an old wall, which is a kind of active memory of the history of this place, still ongoing. But I think you could dig deeper, reach farther, and hit just a little bit harder because there's so much meat here to chew on.
Yeah, and I think that there's ways to. I had a similar, slightly different take on it. I also think you could hit harder, but maybe not necessarily in terms of your kind of architectural moves. I mean, I think this is maybe the first project that we're seeing today that's really kind of at the scale of buildings or a couple of buildings, almost like a small campus. And you're obviously you're really skilled as an architect, and I love a lot of the moves that you've made. And in the big building, I find myself sometimes asking, and I think this is a reflection of maybe the strength of the project, is like, what did he do and what did he sort of leave alone, right? Versus the new building that you did, that's more of a landscape piece. It's clear what you did. And I know that the projects that came to my mind when you brought this up for different reasons were, I'm sure you've looked at this Gasworks Park, Richard Haig's.
Yep, yeah, I was there in January actually. Yep.
Yeah, that one, but then also there's another project, slightly different, but this is sort of where I was going with it. Is there's a really beautiful, there's a Spanish architect, Josep Luis Mateo, who did this really beautiful renovation of a medieval town called Ullastret in Catalonia, in Spain, where he basically revived this tiny little medieval village with all these really beautiful sort of precise light touch kind of intervention. And I was also thinking about history, maybe in a slightly different way, because for me, I don't know Pittsburgh at all. I only know it from its myth, of this like really industrial working town, place of steel manufacturing and so on. And I guess what I was wondering was, could you do a lot of the same or similar things that you're doing architecturally, but given that this is a thesis project and as an architecture student, you can kind of take it in whichever direction you want, right? Because part of I think the exciting things about a thesis project is you're kind of defining a position for yourself, right? In terms of like what's important for you as an architect. And I guess I was wondering how you could also fold history back into this, in the sense that you turn this into more of a working factory again. But not so much. I feel like, I don't know, as architects, maybe it's just me. I feel like we default so easily to like art centers, like art is good and it's good for everyone and everyone should be exposed to art. So let's just provide people with more art because we'll show them how important art is. And I wonder if not that you abandon that completely, the scale of these buildings I think is incredible and beautiful, and the site that you're working on is a kind of small campus like site where I think you could do a little bit of all of that. It could be, maybe it's some sort of a timeshare project where it's a kind of working factory for today's industries, for today's technologies. What would that be? What would that look like? Because that big open shed warehouse space, it's what's beautiful about those buildings, I think, are, I mean, and this is the other reason I like the project. You clearly love the architecture here. You can tell, by the way you do the drawings, by the way you tell the story. I love that kind of architecture too. And one of the things I like about it is that those buildings can be, just because they're so big and long and open, they can also be very adaptable. There's lots of different, you can have a wedding in there, but then you can also have some sort of a small maker workshop or something, I don't know. But I wonder if there's a way that without necessarily changing too much the architectural moves that you're making, but that you in a thesis project also think about how the role that this building or this little campus can play, again, in the new history of Pittsburgh, in a way that harkens back to what it used to be, not in as some form of nostalgia or sentimentality, but that there's parts of this project that can become like a job center. It can feed back into the kind of life of the city in the way that the old factory did, but in a way that addresses our time, and maybe it even activates the river in a different way. And again, that's not to turn it into some sort of an urban master planning project. That's through the architecture. That's through your choices of the kind of architectural moves that you make, the dimensions of those moves, the scales of those moves, and the kind of activities that they would support that would be in addition to just sort of art center event spaces, but like working spaces.
I'm going to suggest you, because I think that's an interesting conversation. If you look at the case of Germany, and again, this comes with a lot of, nuance. On one side, we have Duisburg Park that has been, in a way, not that heavily reprogrammed for other than just recreation. Still with very interesting landscape strategies for reclamation. Some of the areas here, also in your project, may be polluted, and you may want to engage landscape strategies more thoroughly. But then the other project would be Solverein. Solverein is a project that has a master plan by OMA. And in that one, the approach was different, was to turn this into a kind of campus plan that will repurpose some of the existing buildings into, yes, there is a museum, but there is also universities, there is office space, there are a wide range of uses that are coming into the campus. Again, there is a thorough critique that is happening because things are not working as it was anticipated, but at the end of the day, is one of the most successful projects in the IBA and Share Park. That is this larger regional project to re-image the area. So maybe you want to look at both to, in a way, see how this conversation is very much at the center of different approaches for adaptive reuse and regeneration of former industrial areas, which I think is a really, really beautiful area of focus. So you decide to go deeper on this.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely see a lot of value in the Duisburg Nord project and kind of landscape park. That's something that I kind of would like to aspire to get to. That's the direction I'd like to take it. Kind of looking at the site, as a larger piece. An interesting point that I tried to make in the presentation, but I don't think I made it that clear. There is development that's going to be going on either side of this lot, of this space, and to do that, they have to raise the soil up 6 feet to get above the floodplain. And so I think that changing of landscape kind of between this site and then the surrounding sites, and then the possibility of, like you mentioned, opening it up to have the riverboat come up and kind of load off people, visitors. I think it brings a really interesting opportunity to start to sculpt the site and curate that maybe an opportunity for a self-guided tour or other exploration of the site in a different way.
I think you did a really great job of explaining the project, and your drawings are very clear. You're very organized. You did a great job overall. In projects like these, I think an important question to ask is what is being preserved, right? So historic preservation is always going to be picking and choosing something. And in your case, I think you're in love with the artifact, right? The buildings themselves, they're so compelling. They have this in ways that only these kinds of buildings can be, right? And I guess a lot of your discussion and a lot of what you're leaning on in terms of preservation is also the organic kind of what you call the guerrilla art, right? The welders who come in or sculptors who come in and create this amazing sculpture, and you're trying to preserve that kind of creativity. And so I guess the question that you started to allude to in your last response, Ryan, was well, there are these development strategies that are out there, development plans, and who's coming out there to make money off it, right? Because this represents important cultural heritage, and what do you do with good cultural heritage, at least in this country? This culture is you leverage it and you try to make a lot of money off of it. And so I'm wondering, whether your interventions, and if you actually maybe put the frame back out and say, well, here is the raised landscape that's going to be around it, and how can your building be, or your project be, I guess, a form of resistance to that? Because I think what you're keying into this idea is that this really represents authenticity and history, and what you don't want to see happen is you don't want to see it turn into a food court, right? That would be another sort of, believe me, it's like I could see how that could work. So whether or not you're doing enough to protect it, right? That's a really big question, and that's sort of where it gets back to the last project, which is like you're acting like a developer. So what's the really big idea, and how do you present an idea that preserves what you think really needs to be preserved? But overall, fantastic job.
I guess to kind of respond to your
sorry,
I can
Ryan.
respond to your question real quick. Let me bring this on here. Can you guys see that? Yeah. I think there is an interesting opportunity. I've tried to position the outbuilding in a way that it does serve as some sort of barricade or wall, I guess, between what would be a developed plot to the left out here. My building kind of sits in this fashion. So by bringing the soil, bringing the wall up, kind of, if there's a tour going on, kind of coming through this area here, the view is kind of curated in a way. And I think that's kind of an intention I had in terms of thinking ahead to what's going to be on the other lot, next to me at some point in time. And I think the way that the site is laid out, on the other hand, there's a kind of a more uncurated sculpture garden on the eastern side there. So there's different natural barriers, I think, kind of play to the strengths and the weaknesses of the site. Everything kind of comes into question and into the conversation at this point.
So,
Ryan, this is Ricardo here. I guess to your project, what comes to mind is how some of the changes that you are proposing for the site affect the current neighborhood that is surrounding the site. Also, to your response just now, if you start thinking about how your project can influence the project that is to come, and you push the overall idea of your project and how you're preserving the building and how that can speak unto the success of what should come to the site near the Kerry furnace right now. I think you have a lot of ideas going on right now. You have wedding proposal, and you have transportation sculptures or whatnot, and underground spaces. But what is the overall idea that is driving the project to its success? I think if you can speak just a little bit on that before we transition. It just sounds like we're trying to transition. That would be great.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think it's really important to note, I guess this site is very unique. It's one of the only green spaces that actually borders the river in Pittsburgh. Almost all of them are now developed on both the Monongahela and the Allegheny. And so there's a really unique opportunity here, and it is connected to Rankin, on the eastern side. Sourceville kind of up above on the hill, and then Braddock to the east further, where there still is a functional steel mill. And so kind of, I think where this space would eventually go, hopefully, would be to sort of operate as an open park, as an open green space for people to come and enjoy kind of at any hour of the day. Right now, just because of the complex nature of the site, it's potentially dangerous for people to wander on. So it does have a gate, and it's kind of barbed wire off. But eventually it'd be nice to kind of open that up. And I think what I've tried to do is provide spaces for that, for the kind of the openness. For instance, if the outbuilding isn't open, at, I don't know, 6 o'clock on a Friday afternoon, there is that green space on top that you can kind of walk through the grass and kind of still use the space. Same thing with the AC powerhouse and having that lower level kind of be that landscape that enters the building. My thoughts, at least, were that would still be open, and you can kind of get in and experience that space without having to pay, an admission fee or without having to unlock a gate and walk in. And so I think there's opportunities for the community to come in and use it as they wish, kind of make it their own, to sort of claim the site once again.
Great, thank you, Ryan, and thank you all for your great comments and questions. I just want to kind of conclude our session 2 for for Ever and Ryan, and just kind of circle back on, I think again, some of the same topics or questions came up again about the role of the architect and agency. And then also, we started to touch on the site. Andrew had brought up in the first session's concluding remarks, and now we're really diving into what the place is and site here. And so just to wrap up this session, I'd love to open this up to the critics. I see Kai and Jeremy out there. I don't know if you want to turn your cameras on if you're available, or but so on that note, I'll turn it back over to you guys.
Maybe I'll just jump in, because I have 2 little kids who are driving me nuts, because I'm supposed to be helping them with their online education. I just wanted to say, these last 2, first of all the, congratulations to all of you. I really enjoyed looking at the work, and that the discussions were really good. These last 2 projects, I was just writing down some of the things that came to mind, some of the themes that came to mind. And one of the things I was thinking about was, how we as designers, how we as architects define the sort of people and things that we feel are left out or marginalized. I think in Ever's case, she was really good about basically designing a process as sort of her project in order to, among other things, empower a community, right? Or provide a voice to a group of people that sometimes are sort of left on the sidelines. And I think in Ryan's case, and I appreciate this very much, also as an architect, that buildings matter too, right? That sometimes buildings are forgotten, and buildings are marginalized, and they have value as well. And in a context like this, in school and in thesis, it's really important, and I think both of you did this, to think about how what you think matters, for you as an architect, what you think is left out, and what are the kind of skills that you have as an architect, what are the kind of tools that you craft, what are the kind of representations that you do to give voice to those things again, whether they're people or buildings. I think that's terrific that you were able to do that today. So my daughter is literally here bugging me. I have to go. But congratulations to all of you. Bye, Heathers.
Bye.
Nice sort of seeing you.
Nice to
it's
see
nice
you.
meeting all of you. Sorry, I'll probably see you on a Zoom session tomorrow because I see you more like this than I did in person. So.
Yeah, enjoy my attic.
Bye.
Yeah, just to maybe build on some of Aniket's themes, I think this question of kind of like I'm reminded of this weird book from the early 80s called The Image of the Architect. And this book tries to sort of like make like inventory essentially the roles of the architect as they existed at that moment. And so there's, let's see, I have like the table of contents right here. One of the chapters is like literally the architect is hero and genius. And one of them is architect is professional, architect is gentleman, architect is entrepreneur. So, there are some things which are sort of dated and some things which are sort of like still with us. But what I found really kind of like stimulating about today was this idea that we have a sort of like cross section of certain preoccupations of the discipline, and this way in which you all are inheriting a discipline of architecture. It's been kind of ours for a while, and it'll be yours for quite a bit longer. And so there's a way in which there are things to be learned from that inheritance, and there are things to be sort of reformulated, reformatted, reconstructed, rebuilt, and done in a better way. And so I think that there were a lot of projects today that actually began to sort of that process of rebuilding. And I think, I'm also reminded of the fact that, architecture as a discipline is something that exists to serve people. People don't exist to serve architecture. And so I think it's important for you guys as you're defining your careers to sort of think about that, and to think about how you're a designer, but there are many different ways that you can act in the world, and it's and those options for how you act are getting larger every day. So anyway, the sort of like range and diversity of projects was really fantastic, and I encourage you guys to kind of like consider the role of architect as being something that's wide open today, wider open than it's ever been in the past.
Yeah, I totally agree. And this may echo some of my previous comments or my earlier lament a bit. But architects do wear a lot of hats. Architect is just one of them. I think, as we've seen today, architects are designers. They're accredited professionals. They're artists. They're developers. They're entrepreneurs. I think all of these categories, up to and including the category of architect, are up for grabs now. And as I said earlier, I think this is an especially kind of uniquely scary time to be entering the profession, as it were. But take heart, you need not enter the profession at all. You can take the skills and attitudes that you've developed over the course of the last few years and deploy them in the construction, the development, the becoming of a better world. I think at its heart, architecture is involved with the communication of meaning, with the crystallization of human experience and the human condition in the material world. And the material world is going to need your help. So congratulations. This was a really delightful, very kind of rich and provocative series of projects we saw today, all of them excellent in their own way. I really look forward to seeing what you guys come up with next. Thank you.
I also want to commend you. Just to add a little bit, what I thought it was very interesting in these last two projects is that there are two projects that are asking us to consider our engagement in a process, building a process more than, you know, building a particular physical component. And I think in both of them, you know, there needs to be a kind of additional intelligence, right? That is coming out of, you know, how you may present and engage with the peoples and the places that you want to cultivate as part of your future engagement with the profession. Because as of now, you know, the profession is not very used to those kinds of long-term engagements, and, you know, capital is not patient at all. So we want to see the results of the investment very quickly, and we want a higher rate of return. And in my opinion, these two projects are directly and indirectly asking, you know, for how as architects we can build an imagination of what is possible as part of our critical role. In the case of how to reimagine completely engagement, the design of engagement processes is very obvious. It's a project about, you know, people and how to, you know, build those capacities. In the second project is an incredibly beautiful project, but incredibly complex and ambitious, and it would also have to be designed as part of a larger process. It's a project about place, about many histories and stories, and once again, in order for this project to truly continue to add layers and, you know, truly celebrate the many complex legacies, not only the industry, but also how the surrounding neighborhoods may have still, you know, complicated ties with, you know, the reappropriation of that space for something else. I don't know how the architect can become, you know, the translator of many of these, you know, contentious issues, may also become, you know, the, I don't know, that figure that builds a little bit of ground, collective, common ground in how we may be approaching the transformation of the built environment with a different kind of, I don't know, ambition, but also a different sense of our temporality, our very limited temporality in the, you know, in the layering of the city. So I've enjoyed both projects a lot. I encourage you write critically about them as part of your thesis, because I think the two projects are raising very poignant questions, and there is never a better time than now that you are exiting academia to have a moment of, you know, critical reflection, so that you can feel, you know, almost like you know, a completed project in which your voice has also gained, you know, a lot of weight. So really congratulations for also opening this window and letting us in. Thank you.
I also just want to thank everybody. First, the critics. It's really great to meet all of you and hear your thoughts and your references that you provided. That was very fun. And to all the students, I'm very impressed with all of your work. And I do think it does create this great cross-section, as Andrew said. In the very first project, one of the thoughts that came up was, well, if architects are replaced by these algorithms, these tools that can kind of analyze everything, then, you know, what use are we? And that's been a long-standing question that architects have had to face, which is the commodification of what we do. If we're designing dentist offices and we get to be too good at that, and other people get to be too good at it, it's sort of hard to differentiate yourself. So it does raise an interesting question. I think that where architects can sort of survive, this would be my advice. I think there's sort of two components. One is imagination. I think we've seen a couple of projects here that it's like really the products of incredible imaginations. And then there's another approach, which is the ability to be a facilitator and to connect people. And the two aren't mutually exclusive. Sometimes imagination, there are sometimes these miraculous people that can just conjure these visions. I don't know how they do it. I'm not one of them. I wish I was, but I'm not. On the other hand, if you're a facilitator and if you can crowdsource imagination, and if you can be the kind of person that can channel different energies and different flows of ideas and capital, then you're also in a great position. So, I think ultimately it's always trying to stay a question for the students that, as you go forward, and for anybody else that's out there in the practice world. And for me, as I keep trying to make my way in doing that, is to keep focusing on how you can combine this ability to bring people together and to come up with these imaginative ideas that are so compelling that people feel that these are projects that must be built, because ultimately they're going to improve quality of life for everybody.
Great. I think that's a beautiful spot to conclude. I wanted to thank all of the critics, Andrew, Maria, Suri, Brian, and Aniket, who had to leave. We had such a wonderful conversation today. I wanted to thank Kai and Jeremy. I know Josh had to leave early, and Mary Lou for all of your support, and for the students, and also for me through the semester. And then we have the exhibition committee, and so as we know, the thesis is a full team of people working behind the scenes and getting everything together. So thank you to all of the advisors to putting in your time with the students to make these projects successful. I think that the biggest thanks and best wishes to all of the students. I mean, you encountered a crazy semester, like everyone's been saying, and I think that the projects we saw yesterday really had the challenge of where we were focused on fabrication, what happens now when we're remote. But I think everyone has dealt with this in a tremendous way. Different projects shifted throughout the semester to respond to our current crisis, and I think that you guys should all be very proud of the work that you did. It's really beautiful projects and great presentations. I know you guys worked a lot on your videos, and I think that it really showed. So thank you all. And with that, congratulations. So thank you.
Thanks, Ellie.
Bye, guys.
Thanks, everybody. Hope you can celebrate.
Stay well. Be great.
Yeah, congratulations. Stay safe, guys.
Okay.
Congratulations.
On the other side.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heather, for all of your work in organizing this. It's great to have such a diverse group of critics joining us.
Yeah, we had really great critics. It was really exciting to see the 2 different days too, to see the different conversations.
Yeah, for sure.
So.
Hi there, this is Ricardo. I am currently in the construction field, so I went to school for architecture. So one of the things I've heard a lot about is just wanted to see encouraging the students to kind of focus or even started to thinking about other fields that architects have lots of influence in. If anybody has any questions or anything that they want to at least talk to somebody who's on the field, in the field every day, I'm available. You can just shoot me an email and we can make the connection. That would be great.
Great. That's wonderful. I'll let everyone know who's not here right now, who might have signed off.
Right.
Thank you.
No problem.
Well,
thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Bye. Congratulations again. Thanks.